All right, good evening. This is the Tuesday, November 12th, 2019, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have 6 board members present. You can call the roll.
Mr. Collins?
I'm here.
Dr. Harrell? Here. Mrs. Stupin? Here. Mr. Kaczynski?
Here.
Mrs. Stroutman? Mrs. Hosler? Here. Mrs. Gaborio?
Here. We have 6 board members present, 1 absent at the moment, and at this time we'll stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I went to the fancy one patriotic song, but I was like, oh, my country is. The Canadian one? Oh, Canada.
Okay, so just as a little introduction, as you will remember, or you may not remember, we decided in the summer to dissolve our Learning and Teaching Committee and hold discussions on those topics at the board table. And the purpose of that was to avoid repeat conversations and also to include all board members in those discussions that center around our core mission of providing a high-quality education to all students. So tonight is one of those meetings. Board members have also requested time at the board table to dig into topics and hold deeper discussions prior to the administration coming to the board with a recommendation. This will help ensure that the community's values are reflected in the forward progress of the district. So tonight is a work session, so that's why it looks a little different. We're down here instead of at the board table because the screens down here are working, and also closer so that we can have more of an informal discussion about the topics that were listed on the agenda. So the 3 main topics for tonight were chosen as, they are the current focus for this year, Thrive D205, and the other 2 topics around assessment, homework, and rankings are just current challenges and conversations that the board would like to discuss with the administration and be able to give some feedback. So just to lay out what the structure looks like, the administration has prepared short updates, high-level overviews, and activities to educate the board, in addition to some reading materials, and the board will then have the opportunity to have a discussion around each topic. So the first item on the agenda is Thrive D205, and that is our community partnership that has, well, I'll leave it with that. And tonight, Dave and the board members that are on the committee are going to give some updates and we'll discuss.
All right, so I'm handing something around for you.
Oh, hang on. Are there any public comments? I don't have anybody on the list. All right, sorry.
All right, so I'm handing something around for you to possibly refer to if you're interested in doing that. Thrive D205 was a concept that originated as we started to look into the increases that we're seeing in the levels of anxiety and stress that many of our students are experiencing. And so Thrive D205 became the kind of the overarching project that would then lead to potential outcomes and approaches to possibly make some adjustments in our operations to try to see if we can positively impact that and make a positive impact in that area. So what I handed out to you tonight is a synopsis of our meeting minutes, as well as the change management protocol, which most of you have probably seen, and a draft work plan for the year that will just kind of keep the meetings going. So I'm just going to kind of review what's happened so far. And the first thing is that at our first meeting, we conducted a fishbone exercise And we categorized sources of stressors into 4 main categories. And the group identified those as being academic-related, adult-related, environmental-related, and social-related causes of stress or factors that lead to increased levels of stress. And so we took a look at that, and we decided that we would not meet again until after our guest speaker, Julie Lithcott-Hames, came into the district on September 23rd. And that event was very well received. And at that follow-up meeting, we took some of those big concepts and we did a 4 corners activity in which the group interacted, and we agreed to the following priorities, and that is that we would take a look at homework, we would take a look at how many post-secondary experiences are appropriate for high school students, and we would do some research on later start times for high school students, which would involve some schedule changes potentially and some revised start times at our other grade level centers as well. Barrington has moved in that direction. The state of California recently passed a law that indicated that no high school can start before 8:30, which is consistent with the medical community's opinion on adolescent sleep. So those were the 3 areas that we were going to take a look at. We split into subcommittees to further the work, and those 4 subcommittees are community engagement, start times, and then the academic issues. The 4th subcommittee is student services, and their role will be taking a look at our MTSS process and other ways that we support students to try to integrate the work of our internal committees with the community engagement and the work of the Thrive P205, and how does that show up in our academic practices as well. So the first thing that the committee decided that it would like to see is a homework policy in grades 6 through 12. We have one in grades in the elementary grade levels now. So we will have that to bring forward to the board in time for that to get into the handbook for next year. So we're looking to bring that back around February. We're expecting to bring information on the handbooks to the board in April. So work on that policy is underway, and then other subcommittees are looking at continued community engagement around these areas, and as well as the issue of start times and post-secondary, like I said. So we will, through the work of those subcommittees, bring information back to the board. I can have periodic reports on what's going on with Thrive D205. I know, for example, with the start times subcommittee, there's a meeting, a phone conference scheduled with the Barrington superintendent in a week, and there's other work going on similarly in all the various different subcommittees, so we will be able to give you updates on that work. As far as the community engagement piece goes, in addition to Hames, the PTA sponsored an event at York where they showed the movie Angst. November 18th, we have a event called Growing Up D205, in which there will be some community information and opportunities for questions. But the primary focus of that night is it will feature a student panel. We'll have high school students up there, and they will be answering questions about their experiences at York. And in December, we will be administering surveys to students in grades 6 through 12, in which students and teachers will both take surveys, and we'll take a look at the responses from those. And then in January, we're looking at a thought exchange engagement with the community, which is something we did with Focus 205 that was well received, and then there'll be continued and various types of ongoing work throughout the spring. So that's a summary of the work that's been done so far and the general plan as it currently stands for what comes next. So we have an opportunity for Beth and Jim, who are on that, who are board representatives on the Thrive D205 to share any thoughts that they may have about the work that's been going on. And then Nikki has planned to kind of wrap up this portion of the meeting and then lead into the assessment work and the other conversations as kind of a bridge to transition information on homework that we want to process together so that we can get further along as it relates to developing a policy.
Did you want me to just hand around the survey information?
Oh, yes, well, that's right. Marianne is also going to be, yes, Marianne is also going to talk about actually the first thing we did before this stuff got started is this year, is last spring, we did a survey with our students and we wanted to have Marianne summarize the information from that. It went to the subcommittee, but we had planned on presenting it to the board tonight, so we want the full board to be able to see that. So.
But first, let's get the report from, well, because that's going to take us down the homework.
Well, yeah, I had kind of,
Do you want her to?
well, I had kind of hoped that she went first, but I kind of skipped over her, so maybe
So
she should go second.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Great. So I'm just handing around, in the unlikely event that you did not read the full long report that was put in the shared folder for you, I'm just handing around the executive summary. As Dave mentioned, just stepping back before Thrive D205 was Thrive D205. There was a previous board meeting, and one of the outcomes of that meeting was that I was asked to collect some information from students, parents, and teachers about stress, homework, and so on. So this document that you're getting, or that you may have already taken a look at, just summarizes some of that information. So what I had planned to do, and you can tell me if you've already looked at this and you don't want to go down this path, was just to make sure you had a chance to be familiar with it, is to just give you 2 minutes to quickly read it over, and as a sort of summarizing activity, what I had planned to do was to use these beautiful new whiteboards that we have behind us to have you all write down some thoughts that you have. So we write this as a letter to the D205 community. So what are the things that you take away from this information that you would like the community to know? So for example, you might say, one thing I noticed is this. Something that I learned is this. Something that I wonder about, those types of things. So if that's okay with you, if you want to proceed, or if I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole, then I would just ask, I would give you 2 minutes or so to quickly skim this information, get yourself familiar with it, or refamiliarize yourself with it, and then have you just step up to the board and write a bullet or two, something that you'd like the community to know, and that'll be our outcome for the activity. If you have any questions, you can certainly just type those. 2 minutes starts now. Yep, board members, whenever you feel like you have your thing that you want to say, please step up to the board and write it down. We should have enough markers hopefully for everybody.
You're never going to win that one.
There isn't. There's no room.
Proud of that.
So we're writing a horizontal letter, I think.
Yes, we are.
You need to summarize the, do it, girl.
What happens?
All my homework in the car on my way back from school when I was in high school. I did 40 minutes a night, maybe.
I was okay doing this.
And I hated every minute of it.
What it's worth. How many did we get everybody for?
That's a lot. Yeah, I think we got almost what we did.
We have decent representatives.
Yeah, yeah, we definitely did.
She says, I don't remember. If there's an option, she don't mind. Is there a place where we can buy anything? Because I know a lot of games.
I think it was like 30 minutes.
Don't do homework.
I think it was like 30 minutes or less or something.
I feel like it's just like
And when you're done, feel free to, I don't know, Kara, you, doing
somebody will make space for you.
Yeah.
I'm being out with them.
He's the guy that was working for the
Another day.
Just feel a lot of comfort knowing that's a facility issue, not a tech issue. Or human resources. Well, all can become human resources.
Well, thank you for indulging me in this activity, and I asked Dave if he would be willing to read our letter to the community of all the things that we have learned, and would like them to make a place to start, Dave.
All right, well, I'll just go from left to right. And so, first comment, I'm not surprised to learn that kids in our district are tired and have difficulty getting up to school. I'm concerned with the discrepancy in the perception between teachers and students about the purpose of homework. The next one, I'll skip over Karen until she's finished. I'll do the blue one. I was not surprised to learn our kids are tired and have too much homework. One thing I noticed, peers were not the biggest stressor. I want the community to know we are working very hard for our kids. I'll go to the red. Desire to cap advanced courses is one comment. Then students average 21 to 23 hours of work outside school, hours per week outside of outside school activities. And then I'm not surprised that college admissions is the largest source of stress. The final one to the right is one thing I learned was that students don't always understand the importance of specific homework assignments and how possibly don't understand how it helps them in the learning process. Going back, one thing I noted, it is not the absence of, but the application of homework. Good homework equals purposeful, effective ownership. I'm not sure what that last word is. Aesthetic. Okay. Okay. And then good reinforcement that homework can be useful. Stress motivates us too much, puts on the overload. What can we do to understand balance? And name what is moving to anxiety and strategies to work through, or leading to, or moving to. And then I was not surprised to learn that our students are very stressed. They do not get enough sleep. We need to talk with our students, identify their causes of stress, and as soon as possible, develop and implement solutions to relieve stress without diminishing their academic success. So I think I got them all.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about anything you read or anything you saw in the survey results that you would like me to address? Otherwise, I will hand it back to Dave, or off to you to go to the next item.
Yeah, so that was supposed to be the opening activity. And it was a good opening activity, Mary Ann. Then I was going to update you on the work, which I already did. And now we have an opportunity for the board reps to comment as they see fit about what we've been doing with the Thrive D205 committee, the issues that we've been looking at, et cetera.
So I happen to be on the community engagement subcommittee, and we are talking about the November 18th event, how that's going to look, and what the remainder of this year will look like, how we might continue things going forward next year. I think it's apparent from the events that we've had and the turnout that people are definitely interested in this topic in the community, and there's a big concern. We've had a great turnout, and we want to make sure that we are getting as much information as possible from the community, and as somebody already said, trying to figure out exactly what those things are that are stressing kids out. We've started with a few things that our committee felt were at the top of, things that we've seen other school districts do, things that we've already heard, and that we felt were important from what we've heard. So that's where we're beginning to, as somewhere to start. But I think that talking to our students, asking questions, trying to get as much information as possible, then we can dig deeper into some other things as well. So we just want to make sure that the community knows, if I was talking to them, that we want to hear from them and get as much input as we can to figure out where our efforts are best focused.
I think in general we're off to a good start, but we are barely scratching the tip of the iceberg. We're relying on the survey that Mary Ann just went through. I think to dig deeper, we need to spend some time with students. Our subcommittee is tasked with recommending a homework policy to the board, and also determining if a recommendation of perhaps limiting the number of post-secondary class experiences that our students would be limited to taking within their high school career. Again, I think we'll have a better work product if we spend some time with focus groups of students to find out if, in fact, what we come up with will decrease their amount of stress. And I think we may find out that they have some very useful suggestions as well. Since this is such a big topic, my suggestion is that I'd like to be moving faster and deeper. I'd like to tackle more of those academic subtopics, and maybe because I have found myself with more time than the average person would, I'm willing to spend more time doing it. But I think we can tackle a lot more academic topics than just those two. And the faster we do it, I think the better off we are. If I can address start times for a second too, we're certainly not plowing new ground here. Start times so far in Illinois, as Dr. Warner mentioned, Barrington High School has a later start date. District 128, which is Libertyville and Vernon Hills, has delayed their start time to 8:45. District 181 has delayed their start times. District 214, which is, I believe, 6 high schools, have a 2-year program that they're working on to delay start times. Lincolnshire Prairie View School District 103, Unit 5 in Normal, McLean County Unit 5, and Stevenson High School all, and as well as Woodland District 50, just in Illinois, that delayed start time so far.
When did they do that, Jim?
These range, so Woodland started this year. Stevenson started in 2016. McLean in 2016. Normal in 2016. Lincolnshire Prairie View 2017. District 214 began in the beginning of 2017-18 was their first year. District 181 began 2017-18. District 128 started this year, and Barrington started 2017. So, it shouldn't be new news to our community. In fact, I think the sooner we do it, we would get a big round of applause from our students and parents.
I have a question. Yes. So, how did you pose the question? You thought we could go deeper into the issue. How did we select the issues that we did? So we
started with Mary Ann's survey.
Right.
And then, I don't know, Dave, if you want to describe a fishbone exercise.
I got that. So that's what I'm looking. I think I'm looking at all the fishbone results. And, I mean, there's numerous ones. And I know we had to start somewhere. And I'm just wondering how we chose the ones we do to start.
Well, I think that we took a look at the Hames presentation when it comes to the topic about post-secondary experiences, and we thought that was something maybe we should consider looking into. So that's where that came from. The homework thing is something that I think we've all recognized is problematic, and it surfaced from the survey in the spring. And then the issue of start times is just a national issue that we know is something that we think is worth exploring. And when we took a look at the fishbone activity and we followed up with our meeting and we started to get the group to come to some type of consensus of what should be our priorities, we just felt that those were the best places to start.
Okay. And I just think that's an important piece to share with our community, recognizing that there are multiple areas, and you have to start somewhere. You need a management side to sharing that information that this is why we selected these, and recognizing that there's others that are also on our list.
We also talked about surveys in our community and different surveys that we're going to be doing throughout the course of our work to try to get more information to lead us into other topics that other than give us more information.
So, the one thing I always struggle with, but I want to see, and I think our community wants to see, is obviously we all support Thrive 205. But I, Jim might be surprised, I'm going to completely agree with Jim.
But can I
Write this down. Write this down right now. This is your moment. This is the moment.
time of day?
Put it on the whiteboard.
That's right.
I like that we've identified all these issues, but I do think we have to take action. Just identifying them and talking to the community about them is not enough. And there are things that we can do now, implement sooner rather than later. Like there's bigger things that will take time to do it right, but there are things that we could do now that we should. We shouldn't spend a year on these amazing Thrive 205 programs that are benefiting the community, and then just say, okay, now we're going to think about what to do. We should be ready with an action plan. And I think implementing change times and the homework policies and clear ideas of assessments are three things that our community wants, demands, and they deserve. As far as the start time goes, I'm trying to understand what is the kind of domino effect. How does that affect, theater and music? How does it affect sports? How does it impact? Because something's got to change, right? So I'm trying to understand, and maybe somebody can help me understand how that effect would take place if we move start time. What happens?
If we move start times, I think that you're talking about things that have more of an impact on the community than maybe necessarily our internal operations. You've got daycare issues. You've got employee issues with our negotiated agreements and their own personal situations and adjustments that they have to make there. And you've got to take a study of what start times are based on the way we have to program our buses in the morning. But the impact on extracurriculars is really minimal. The biggest impact would be at the middle school level because the middle school end time would likely be pushed back. It's currently at 3:25. So that's the biggest issue to overcome, is to get those kids places on time. But there's also, the high school stuff is really minimal, but there's also all of the other community organizations that we have to partner with, the before and after school providers, the different employers in the community who employ our kids, the different activities for kids like Scouts and other, club programs and things like that they participate in. There's a lot of residual people that end up being affected by this. So those are some of the things that we have to work through.
Because it affects everyone in the district, correct? Yes. Like, just to clarify, right?
Right. What would happen is if you take a look at the Barrington start times, you'll see that the high school gets pushed back, the middle school gets pushed back, and then the elementary gets moved up. And so, but if we did that, I don't think we'd have to push our middle school back as far, but these are various different studies and things we have to explore with the bus company and the principals and the other people that need to weigh in on these things. But because they have more area of their district, they're busing, we don't bus as much and we're more condensed. So I'm thinking we might be able to turn those routes around more quickly, but that's all information that has to be gathered as part of the, whatever ultimate recommendation will come forward.
So is that this committee's job to gather that, the start time committee?
Yes, we have a conference call, like I said, with Barrington next week, which I think will be enlightening, and I have a meeting with the high school administration on Friday to take a look at scheduling models. We've got other administrators from the district that were invited in to participate in that conference call so that we can start processing through the various different things that they would have to work through. And so, there's a fair amount of work that would need to be done, and one of the things that's a little bit challenging is that we specify start times in the language of our contract. We don't just say hours, we actually indicate start times. So that's I'm not sure exactly how that plays out, but we will have to entertain that issue.
Do you know how much staff is adjusting start times?
Well, we've talked in a communication to the faculty and a communication with district leadership team. We've talked, we've tried to make the principals aware of what's going on so that they can start conversations with their building leadership team. But really, our first organizational meeting with the subcommittees was, well, whatever date the minutes are from there, about 2 weeks ago. So the individual subcommittees are first starting to meet now to wrestle with whatever, whatever comes out of this. And so we're going to do that work in November and December and then reconvene as a large group and report out in January.
We don't know yet.
We don't know how all of the employee groups feel. We have to start a formal process with the ETC leadership and talk with our attorneys about how we could come to some type of an agreement on that issue with, where we have some type of memorandum of agreement, something like that in the interim until we renegotiate, the next contract.
So any of these districts that have done this, any of their teachers union oppose doing what's good for kids?
Well, I don't know that it's a matter of opposing, but that's part of what took, I think, the Barrington community a while to get to this point, was working through all these various issues. The employees that work for us have child care issues and things like that, just like our parents, and so they, there needs to be time for these people to make the necessary adjustments and things. And I mean, one of the differences that I know from having had the first phone call with Brian is that they don't have the time specified in their contract. They just have hours. So that he said, made it a little bit easier for them to make the change. They didn't really have to worry about the language.
So if you were to start to publicize that we're thinking about roughly these proposed start times at high school, middle school, and elementary school, you would give people 9 months to make child care arrangements, which now that child care workers are working under a multi-year contract. And you would, you'd give businesses notice to work through, and I think we'd find out quickly if there were any unanticipated issues that we didn't think about ahead of time, because somebody would call us and say, did you think of this?
Well, I think the committee, Jim, agreed that it would try to work through this process as quickly as possible, but I also think that there's an importance to make sure that the community is properly engaged around this topic, and we need to plan, if we identify what we think can work in terms of, if there's an increased cost of transportation, obviously, we may say that that's fine, but we have to do that study, we have to let the board know what it's voting for, things like that. I think we'll know more within a couple weeks, and then I think that when we know that information, I think that the community engagement subcommittee can talk about ideas about how to engage the community with the information, and we can keep moving forward. So, I think that all of us internally agree that it's the right thing to do. I don't think anybody's disputing that, and I think we all agree we should do it as quickly as possible. So we just have to make sure that we can be ready, to pull it off, and that we've given enough, proper planning to cover all the things that need to be addressed. So, it is possible we could move through this more quickly than other districts who have done it before. I think we'd all like to see that. So we just need to, there's still information we don't have about what would be involved in having to do this.
I think it would certainly be worth the effort to see how quickly we can do that. The American Academy of Pediatrics paper is adolescent sleep times has been out there for years. They've done several updates on it. Clearly, the California legislature thinks enough of it that they passed a statewide law. And all the studies in the districts that have done it show decreased car accidents, increased student safety. And as Max McGee at Palo Alto points out, his high school won more football games after they took away the sleep time. And
Well, that seals the deal right there.
certainly something
Change
York
it for
could
next
use.
month.
I have a couple thoughts. I think that these are very important priorities to make sure that they actually work. Whatever we implement, like I don't like plans that don't work, obviously. So, and there's a cost of implementing these. Okay, so if you're moving start times, even though that might be a great idea, that might cause a lot of inconvenience for people in their lives. So if we're doing that for no payoff, then that's bad, right? So I just want to make sure that by the time we have a plan for us to vote on, that we're highly confident it's going to be something that will work. And I think engaging with students more is a path to getting that, and hopefully we can do that in more than just surveys, but small group sessions, or if there's a student council that maybe come up with some recommendations, or take a variety of pathways to hearing their feedback about what they think we could do for them to make it again. I also thought that some of this data that I've been looking through related to this is pretty interesting. I was a little surprised by the 21 to 23 hours a week on out-of-school activities.
You won't be when your kids get to high school.
Yeah, just seems high. I don't know.
Chris, I drop my kid off every morning at 7:30, and I pick her up like the last night, 8 p.m.
Yeah, so that's just a lot.
Yeah,
So
tonight she'll be
just
home at
giving
9
people
p.m.
that data, I don't know if everybody knows that. The only concern that I've heard so far is putting a cap on advanced courses. And while I personally might agree with that, I'm against the concept of like inserting yourself between parents and their child on what might be best for them. College costs are also a huge challenge for families, and that's a way to lower costs by taking those classes. And maybe there's some interim step where, if kids get above a certain limit, you can be like, hey, you're getting pretty high on this. You guys might want to look at it. I generally don't like I could see myself as a parent being like, wait a second, why are people that don't know my kid telling me what I have to do for my kid?
Yeah, I think that, Chris, personally, where that came from is research that we can verify. If we go back and find the original source, I have to go and find out where this comes from. But it was quoted by Haynes that after 5 AP courses, and we're calling them post-secondary because we offer a variety of different opportunities to get credit in high school. After 5 of those, there's really no correlation between any kids' improved achievement in college or not.
It's
So,
college board research.
what's that?
It's college board research.
It's College Board research?
It's also what our kids suggested as one possible. It gives them an out to not feel like they have to take a million, for secondary.
And when we do that,
Just things to think about.
if we put it, if that's our school policy, then we are told, and again, it would be something that we have to confirm, but we're told by our student services people that that is not held against our students. Something that they don't have an opportunity to be exposed to does not get held against them in that process. I don't know exactly where that one will go for some of the reasons that you brought up, but I think it's worth having that conversation and finding out where people are at. Because I do think that adds to the homework load, that adds to the stress level. And what we're finding about it with the kids is that it's not just, parents saying you have to get into this school, or some kind of, it's actually the kids themselves at the peer level get wrapped up in the whole, why aren't you taking this AP course? They're in it, and they talk about it at lunch, and they talk about, and there becomes this whole thing where they just get immersed, and they're almost looked down upon by their peers if they feel that they're not, in the chase. So I think it's something for the committee to look into and to study thoroughly. I don't know what will come out of that.
Yeah, that's the only part. I mean, the rest of this stuff in terms of getting data from kids about what causes stress for them, us trying to really make changes that would be effective and moving the needle for them. And I agree with Courtney that, you know, if there's things that we can do quickly, I prefer to do that. You know, I'm open-minded on the start times. I'd like to understand what that means for other parts of the district. I mean, I have younger kids, so what does that mean for schedules everywhere else? And then I can weigh the cost of that versus whatever the benefit of this would be. The placing a cap from us on kids and parents, that's the only part that probably would be an issue for me. Even though I actually kind of personally would do that for my kid, I don't know if it's right for us to impose that upon a parent.
Marianne, wasn't the College Board that said that if the courses are not offered, those high-level courses, then our students are not penalized for it in the application process?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so colleges typically look at what they call like the rigor of the curriculum,
Right.
which is partly about how many courses are offered and then whether or not there is a cap, because some places do have caps, and so they look for that.
And so if there is a cap and these courses are not offered, then our students are not kind
You
of...
can't be held accountable.
Can't be held accountable for
Not taking
it.
a course that you couldn't take. Yeah.
And as having been through the college application process once and about to begin it again soon, some colleges actually ask, does your high school limit the number of AP courses you can take? For instance, the University of Illinois college visit, they talk about that, and they say, if your high school offers 3 AP classes and you took all 3, then you have taken as rigorous curriculum as possible. If your high school offers 30 and you took 3, you haven't. But if you took 5 and your high school limits it to 5, you've taken as rigorous a program as your high school will let you.
One of the things that is coming to mind here when we're talking about this is that there's action steps that we need to take, and I understand that, and I understand the need to move those forward as quickly as possible. But there's, I'm going to say, and there are also mindset issues that we have to address, and I think that's what we've been talking about here, is mindsets, things such as a certain number of college courses is good and or better. The more I take is better. So that's a mindset that I think has to be overcome if this is to be implemented and done well. The mindset that, and we talked about, if I'm here, college myths, that there's only some good schools and that there's interest requirements. I think those are mindsets that we have to, in conjunction with taking these actions, we have to work on and try to adjust our community in order for any of these things to work.
Well, and I think that's why that's the community engagement subcommittee, is that's you know, doing the right thing is probably less of a challenge in this case than getting people to understand why we're doing or what the right thing is.
I was talking to one of our seniors, I'm sorry, I think she's a junior last time. She wants to be a physician. And she's going to apply to, pre-med programs. And she would love to take our med careers course. But she feels she can't, because to impress those schools, she feels she needs to be taking 5 AP classes next year. And med careers is not an AP class. I think for somebody who wants to be a physician, getting an idea in high school what the lifestyle and the work day is all about would be invaluable information. But because of the AP arms race, she's not doing it.
Which I think also brings up that it's not just about capping the APs. We have to look at the rest of our curriculum and make sure then that it's, we do have students that are capable of taking many APs, and if we don't have, if we cap the AP, what are they going to take that is challenging and engaging for them at an appropriate level.
When-
So I
when
think
we-
that's part of the
When we emphasized
conversation.
AP, we eliminated a lot of honors classes and just substituted the AP class for that honors class. Well, certainly one possible solution to that is bring back some of those honors classes.
So if they're not taking the AP classes, they have another option that is
Right.
just the regular level.
Yeah, it's more
Well,
challenging.
another option is to make sure there's sufficient rigor in the regular level courses.
That's
That,
like
but
I
that
say,
has
That
to
should be
be
happening
improved.
anyway.
Well, it should be.
Okay, I like that to do
It
list
should
then.
be. I'll just leave it at
not
that.
across the board.
That should be already done.
We can talk.
Yeah, yeah.
But let's say that that's a baseline, though. I think that that is a great baseline, is that those courses are rigorous throughout the
Yeah.
school.
I just hope at least put some thought into, is it our role to be stepping in between parent and their child with what they believe is best coursework for them? That's my only objection. I've said it, so I agree with
I completely understand that point of view, and 5 years ago, probably would have exactly the same opinion, but having watched one kid go through it and have another kid in the middle of it, it's an unbelievably complex equation. And I think one thing that we can do a way better job of is educating our parents. Because I was one of those parents who just worked my 60, 70-hour work week and told my kid, just work harder. And you need to take all those AP classes. And now that I have an insight into the life of a high school student, my opinion has changed dramatically.
That's something that came up in our initial discussion of the committee, was that one thing that stresses a lot of kids and families out is that they don't have all of the information, or they're just, don't know where to start maybe with this college process. And so they are so worried about not leading their kids in the direction and picking the right courses that they're stressed out, and then they're just kind of like, take everything, because then you come in alone, and then I don't have to feel like we'll just take the wrong class. So that was one thing we talked about with the committee and your administration, trying to help get more of that information out and help with education so that kids know what classes they need to take or that they should be taking. And it's not just about taking all the AP courses, because it's getting to the point where everybody's taking a lot of AP courses. So you've got to figure out,
And
how which
and I
ones.
found out when your kid shows up with all this AP credit their freshman year in college, and you think, oh my God, how terrific is that? It's either to save me a ton of money or save them in their schedule. Really, it didn't get utilized. And it certainly didn't save me a dime.
So at one point, when we were my kids were there, we were working with the counselors in the career center, so that when we started Pathways way back when. Is there a thought, because I know that we haven't talked about it, but it was talked about in the past, is that very fact of how do we guide kids? How do we guide kids and their parents, the students first, through this maze? And I know we talked about it through the Pathways years ago, maybe when you first got here, Dave. I think that that's a good utilization because it does several things. Not only helps guide and inform the students, instead of every parent and every student has to learn on their own how this system works, right? And after the fact, you learn, I wish I would have done it otherwise. I wish I would have been guided. Can we put something together where we're helping the students, guiding them, so that they can look at who they are, what they're interested in, what they want to explore, and more own it themselves? This is where we can start having the conversations about, actually stress is a motivator, but maybe it's the anxiety that you have. What exactly is it? So it's really doing counseling.
So we've got the Career Center, which is only one person. I don't know how she does it and how she's done it all these years. On the paperwork side, administrative side, let alone working with the students and the parents on how to navigate this thing. But I'm talking about that plus moving it up earlier to helping the students know. I mean, they're launching in 8th grade to freshman year. Why can't we keep that up? And it serves a lot of different purposes.
Well, I think that, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, one of the things that is really interesting, so I've been on the York Advisory Team for about 7 years. And one of the parting things, that whenever the seniors go through, one thing that they always say as seniors is that they wish they would have taken more classes for fun and not stress. I mean, it is hands down. Every year they have said that.
I just don't have to.
But you know, it's like they don't learn that, or they can't digest that until they're senior. The other point that I want to make is that you talked about this whole education piece and educating. And I'm not just talking about the students at this point, I'm talking about educating the families that are going through this for the first time. It's a very scary process to go through it the first time and not really understand it, is that at one point in time, there was a day where they would have college students that had just recently graduated from York come back and talk to the current juniors and seniors and talk about what it was like, what it meant for them, you know, what this York education did or didn't provide for them, you know, some of the myths on this process. And I just think those little tools would go a long way to help us in educating our community so we can do some of these things more effectively. Because that's my concern. If you don't change our mindset, putting in a process won't last.
I agree, Margaret. I think that's why when we set up this Thrive D205 thing, and you look at the tagline, it's a school and community wellness partnership. We didn't feel that as a district that we could just dictate and make decisions as educators and change policies and do all those kinds of things without the community involvement piece and the community understanding piece and the community support piece. So I think we're very sensitive to that. I think that and it is a very complex problem. So I'll give you an example. I know that there are people at the high school that are actively encouraging students to think about pathway conversations and electives and various different types of, trying things to see if they like them, to see where, to interest lie. And so I'm not saying we shouldn't do a better job of that, but I do know that in recent years they've made a conscious effort to do some of that, but we have a lot of parents who don't buy into that conversation. So that's why I think we have to do this together. I don't think we can just, say that, okay, this is what we're going to do, because it won't work that way, I don't think.
Well, I feel like part of you kind of alluded to it, but part of Thrive D205 was it's listening to everybody, meaning students, parents, teachers, and the research, but also educating. And the process, the college process is changing, continuously. But I think there is a lot of education for families that needs to happen on what are the stressors and yeah.
I went to junior parent night last night. I think many times in our college counselor had a lot of insightful stuff to say. And I thought, boy, this would have been really helpful on 8th grade night.
Yes.
instead of my kids 4 months into their junior year. And then I thought, well, we've got 3,000 kids, 6,000 parents, and 1 college counselor.
Yep.
You know,
Bad structure.
it's, yeah, I mean, there's just not enough time.
Yep.
Is that one of the issues that we're considering? Whether we should
I would like to.
capital there?
I think we should think about it.
Then maybe for a long time, we've talked about this for over a decade now. Same issue. So I definitely think that we should. Because then it gets to what Karen and Margaret's saying. I mean, then you have a structure in place. You've got a mechanism to do that.
Well, 95% of our kids are college.
We also have,
And they go through that office.
we also have 9 other counselors there who are working with kids. And it doesn't have to be just one person that's having these conversations with students and families, though. I mean, I think we have to study and analyze whether or not that's actually, you know, a solution, you know, in terms of supporting the process. But I've noted that some people would like that to be looked at. So I'm wondering if we could move on to the homework
Well,
piece.
can we take a 5-minute break and then we'll move to the homework assessment and follow up the after.
Okay, 5 minutes.
All right, so just to kind of wrap up, the Thrive D205 is seen as an ongoing thing. It's not probably going to just end in 2 months. So just keep that in mind.
It's also consistent, you know, with what we heard from Focus 205, that they want the ongoing community conversation, not, you know, not that was going to end when, you know, when we got the report from your committee back in the day, if you remember those days. Oh, okay. Wasn't sure.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to talk about assessment. So first up, Nikki with standards-based reporting update and long.
Well, actually, so we're going to...
I think that was a good way to, I mean,
So Nikki has a homework presentation here.
I wouldn't call it a presentation, but I do think that it will summarize everything that we've just talked about. So
Well, the thing is that we had said that one of the primary goals of Thrive D205 was going to be to make sure that we had a 612 homework policy in place next year. So Nikki did a little bit of research for us to just give you some information on what's out there on that topic.
Sure. So I provided you with 4 different research articles between the years of 2005 and 2014. This is not a new issue or topic of discussion. So I'm just going to summarize briefly for you what the research is telling us. And basically, there's conflicting research in 2 main areas, which is what is the purpose of homework. There's one field of thought that thinks it's about time management, task completion, and teaching students responsibility. There's another school of thought that thinks it should be aligned to the curriculum and enrich what they're currently learning in class and practicing new skills. Another area of conflict is time. How much time is too much time? How much time is not enough time? And how do we find the balance for students? So there is one aspect, though, that all parties agree, all stakeholders, from parents to students to educators, and that's that homework is important, but we need to provide a purpose for it and find that balance. One of the things that was interesting to me is what students are saying. So one of the articles that I provided for you from Educational Leadership, that students' perspective is that they want it to be purposeful. Okay, they want it to be connected to what they're learning. They want teacher follow-up, so not just giving an assignment and collecting it, giving a grade to it or not giving a grade to it, and then they never get any feedback. So that feedback loop is incredibly important to students. Teachers talking to each other. So I have a junior, much like you, Mr. Collins, and she came home for Halloween and the teachers all said the same thing. We want you to go and enjoy your evening. We don't want to give you too much homework, but then they all forget to give homework. So they're not talking to each other, and I do think that that's something that kids are saying and that we could definitely be better about as adults. And for them finding that balance. It was really interesting to me to be reminded of these results, because of course I've read them, but to be reminded that the survey results are all
saying the same things that you guys said up there, that the kids said in the survey, which is students agree that homework is important, but that they want to find balance. And you said something very similar. So what's next is that the Thrive D205 group, after Scott and myself work with the Learning and Teaching Department and the 612 principals, but we will most likely, not a guarantee, but we will most likely have a policy for 6-8 and a policy for 9-12 that we will take to the Thrive D205 committee, where they will provide feedback to us about it. And the goal is to have a homework policy in place in our school handbooks by next year, by the fall of next year. And I think that wraps up our first opening activity, which takes us into assessment.
Okay, so are we gonna, so we're gonna move to the next?
I think we could.
Okay.
Are we talking about homework? Are we finished?
No, we're not done with homework. We're going to talk about homework, and then we'll come back to standards-based. Is that it?
Well,
I'm following your detailed.
the next is ranking.
We're going to talk about homework. Sure.
Yeah,
All right, let's talk about homework. Chris, you got something to say?
Yeah, no, so the younger ages, I think, were piloted first on this, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And so what I learned going through that was, initially, it felt like a big step down in rigor. But then, as the quarters went by, I realized that it wasn't. Right?
Okay.
And so that was good to learn that. I think it would be important to communicate to people. I'm not sure how to do that. I'll leave that to you all. But that, this is not involving, we're not like shooting for a lower bar on academic results or anything like that. That we just don't feel that this homework we've been giving to kids for all these years actually is making any impact. Right? Because it did feel as a parent, as a consumer, like, okay, that was a big step down. So I wanted to mention that. And then really, I don't think academically, we shouldn't be doing anything really if it's not helping the kids learn better, right? So if we're going to cut homework out because it's wasteful, then that's great. It kind of makes me wonder, what are we doing it for anyway?
Right.
For all these years, right? So I'm in favor of doing things that help kids learn better.
I guess the answer to that used to be because it builds character. Is that what you
Well,
were saying?
that's one of the schools of
research?
thought.
Yeah.
Academic.
My struggle with it, my struggle with it is that work habits are kind of not established, right? Like, so my struggle as a parent is that as I see the amount of homework diminish with my 5th grader and 8th grader, I worry that because throughout middle school there was such a decline in the amount of homework he's had, that when he gets to York, it's going to be a big slap in the face of reality, and his work habits have not kind of been maintained. Now, I'm the mom that makes him do homework even if he doesn't have it, so because I'm so afraid of that. But I do think that if we're giving homework just to give homework and a student is not mastering the skill in the class, then they're stressed about the homework at home, and that is so counterproductive. So I agree that shouldn't be the reason, but if we're giving homework to reinforce the things that students are learning, I think it's important.
It seems to me that homework can be a valuable tool for teachers, and the one thing I missed about homework with my youngest, she didn't really have any homework in elementary school, was that I felt like I was kind of out of the loop as to what she was doing and how she was doing. So with my older two, I could see like, wow, you're really not, like, this really isn't the quality that maybe, or, you're not understanding this concept, or you need to work a little harder on this process or whatnot. But it helped. I felt like then it was like the teacher and the student and I were working together, and I could then say to the teacher, like, gosh, it seemed like she's really struggling on something. Can we talk about that? And it gives the teacher a little bit maybe of extra information. So that's my concern with not having it, is that I think it helps the teacher to know what they might be struggling on, which is a reason that I feel like getting that feedback from the homework is important, because if they're doing the homework and it's just being checked off, but nobody's really giving them that feedback and looking at how they did on it, then I feel like that tool is lost.
Yeah, none of the research that I've read has said that no homework is a good thing. It's really, I think, what we're going to be trying to do is to find a balance. We know that maybe in elementary school, maybe they could use a little bit more. I don't know. We could argue or disagree about that. But I think what we do know is that as they get older, the anxiety is increasing, and when they get to high school, they're struggling. And they're struggling for several different reasons that I think we could be doing a better job to help them with. And I think that's the work that Scott and I plan to be doing with the principals to define what is the purpose for homework, how much is too much and how much is not enough, how do we find that balance, and put something on paper so that we are all moving toward the same direction.
Well, and I thought it was the purposeful piece in the article I told you earlier that I really liked. I liked all of it, all the information we got. Thank you for prepping us. But the one in particular where they said, based on research, and it appeared to be districts who have implemented it and have gotten teacher feedback, is based on these grades, here's how you put together homework to instruct per grade. Right. So I thought that's valuable, and what that would provide awesome feedback to students, which they always want to know. They're less stressed when they know how they're doing.
Correct.
And what they know, when they know something and they get it validated from the teacher, then they're less stressed again.
And they want to know that if they're taking the time to do it, that they're going to receive feedback. I think that's a piece that we definitely need to be thinking about as well.
So I have a basic question, sorry, I have a basic question. I am so confused as to what our homework policy is today. Everywhere in the district, because I hear different things from different people. I don't know how it's different, but what is it?
Sure. So that's the work that Scott's really been working diligently on, specifically at the high school, and then now starting with middle school. I don't know if you want to speak to it.
I'm sorry, I know that we're working on 6 through 12. True. And now you specified it might be 6 through 8 and 9 through 12. But what are we doing elementary level? I heard there's nothing, and then some kids get it, and some, I don't know. What's happening to our elementary?
Well, I don't want to steal too much of the thunder.
Oh, if it's going to be talked somewhere else, fine. Then do that. I was just confused by.
We'll come back to that.
Sure.
I don't want to.
In Edison.
I think our elementary school handbook says that the research on homework up to 5th grade, there's no benefit to homework in terms of increasing student learning at the elementary grade levels according to the research. So what we do with our elementary students is we do not require homework. In fact, we have a policy that says that we do not assign homework at elementary. We ask them to read a designated number of minutes every night.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So for example, a student who is, and we want them to be reading at a certain level by grade 3, or if study shows that they struggle throughout life. So that those students in the past have gotten homework for reading. Do they not then get those reading assignments for homework? And when are they doing them?
We're providing interventions for students within the school day with specialists who are trained to close that GMAT gap.
So that would be reading in addition to the reading specialist that they would go to, or that is the same thing now?
Right, so they receive their core instruction in the classroom, and then during their intervention time, they would receive an additional intervention specific to what their needs are.
Okay, so for example, in the past, before that structure, the student who in elementary school had reading difficulty, they were pulled from the classroom and went with the reading specialist.
Possibly.
Now it's that intervention time that is happening,
Yes.
so it's kind of a swap out.
Yes.
Okay. Then what happens with the math? Same thing, intervention?
I think the classrooms at the tier 1 level are doing a nice job of differentiating for them within the classroom. So they teach the main lesson, and if they're identifying through the exit ticket or through another means that the student's struggling, that's where they provide the scaffolding instruction for the students while they're still providing them with access to grade level.
Okay, and so when we're getting the data, and I'll go to you, Mary Ann, because you're our data person, right, on the results, are we seeing that the students are actually improving in the math and the reading from this structure? And You see what I'm saying? I want to make sure that we're not missing students
So we have certainly
that need additional help.
We've certainly seen changes in our Congressman Fennell literacy scores over time. I mean, it's always difficult to attribute any changes to any one particular thing because students are experiencing different things.
Right.
That over the course of time. So I think we are seeing some improvements there. Again, I don't know that I could stand up and swear, that because of X, Y, or Z specifically, but.
I just don't want to lose students that have difficulty in the elementary level where reading is critical and the basic math is critical. And in those areas, I know that students working at home or other, like new ideas coming into them, such as a parent, helps. That's all I want, to make sure that we are not doing our kids a disservice by maybe not, tracking and seeing or piloting or something. I'm sure, I know it's a gut, I can tell my emotions getting up there, but the worst thing I want to do for this free time job that I spend a lot of time at is not do what's right for the kids when we think it is, but we're just not checking. So we lose kids.
I think what other term would be, like, with respect to homework, for students who are struggling, I mean, oftentimes what you see is they're getting homework, but they're already struggling, now they don't know how to do their homework also, and so, the benefit of that is...
And sometimes they are getting additional help.
Yeah. So, Nico, I think
I just don't want to lose the
part
kids.
of this argument is, and I know Dr. Brooker, it goes back to education and why we're doing what we're doing and communicating that out to the larger community. So questions about our homework policy, that should be something that, to me, the community knows. Now, I know everyone's not going to pay attention, okay? But a large percentage of the community should know that. So one of the things, I know there is a need to get a policy in place, but I'll go back to a situation that I said before. To me, the worst thing to do is to have something in place and it's not going to work and there's going to be this uproar and people don't understand what or why we're doing it. So I don't know how we can do this, but somehow get community involved. I heard the work plan of it was going to go back to the community engagement committee, which is excellent. I'm also wondering if there's some other step that we can get it back to get a broader knowledge base of parents, community members to be informed and engaged. As an example, if we decide to have something for the 9 to 12 group, there's an academic booster committee that exists. Is that a group that we could just share the information with them? It doesn't mean that we have to stop everything, but share that information with them so they can help share that information with the rest of our community. So when things come out, it's not like a shock wave, and people, they go through that natural aversion. So somehow make sure that as we roll these things out, that we're very thoughtful to make sure that people are included and engaged in this process.
Sure. Shockwaves are things that we try to avoid at all costs.
Yes, I know. You're right.
I think that's good. So I think the homework definitely needs to be authentic. I think the kids see through it when it's just a busy work assignment and they don't put effort into it and they're just, and then the other thing that I, talk about, so two things, I guess. At the middle school, I have concerns that we are going too light to get our kids ready for freshman year. And maybe that's, some of that depends on your kid and, what classes they're in, but, to go to freshman year where you arguably have 4 hours right now, potentially, of homework, and you maybe not even have 30 minutes a night, that changes your life. And it changes the, if you're a parent like me that stays up with your kid, nobody's getting sleep. And that isn't really good either.
Right. So I think that goes to the balance piece, like what can we do at the middle school to maybe prepare them a little bit more for high school, but what can we do at the high school level to back off so that our kids don't have 4 hours on top of soccer, on top of
Because those things are important too. I mean, I feel like when you have a teenager, you understand, they are gone all day, but you want them in a safe place where they're with peers and, and those things are good and important. I think homework has a place, we just have to find the balance. The other thing, this is just, I don't know, I guess experience. There was a teacher that one of my children had that would give the homework on like give the schedule for the week before. So that the kids in the class could go, you know what, I have a really busy week ahead, so I'm going to do the homework on Sunday because I'm not going to have time Monday and Tuesday. And so they were able to pace themselves, which is actually a really good skill. Like when you talk about is it content or skill, you're learning the skill of, okay, I got to manage my time, which, college is about managing your time, right? Not having a lot of fun and getting about school. So that, I just feel like that also could be, I think it's a stress reliever because the expectation then is out there for the kids. Your kids like to know what's expected of them.
That came out in the student survey.
Yeah, they don't like this surprise of, I didn't know I was going to have a test tomorrow, and now I have a test in 3 subjects, and I have,
That's a really good point. Nikki, is that something that can make it into the homework policy that kids are allowed to be able to time shift homework, either they get it at least a week in advance, or they're allowed to turn it in at least a week late?
I think what we would be looking to do is that's actually in the student research article that I provided for you. I think what we're going to be doing is to be working with our principals, teachers, taking the student feedback to determine what we think is best for kids. And obviously we will be taking all of these things into account. To make a statement to say that we will or won't do anything at this point, I think would be preemptive. I think we need to be careful about making sure that we get all the right people in the room to make a determination of what we think is best, vet it through the Thrive D2O process, then come back again, and then we will have something for you to approve or give us something to think about.
It's on the table.
I think it is safe to say, though, that, and I agree with Nikki, we need to make sure proper people are involved in the conversation. But I think that we can guarantee that part of what we're talking about here is not just talking about load. Part of what we do throughout the rest of this spring as we move through this is going to be a teacher piece about making sure that our teachers understand what type of homework is meaningful and everybody's on the same page about expectations and best practices and things like that. So that's some of the stuff that people are talking about mindless homework or giving kids enough advance time to plan or whatever, get embedded into practices. So I think it's fair to say that you're going to see some of that. But I do also want to say one thing in relation to Beth's comment. I've heard that before from parents when we made that switch at the elementary level, but we have a program now that our teachers are using called Seesaw, in which kids are able to, parents can log in, and kids are able to create various different things through that platform, and it serves multiple purposes. But one of the things that does happen is that parents are reporting that they really like it because they get a feel for what's going on in the classroom.
Dave, if I can piggyback off of that, Dave Beatty and I meet with our Rev once a month via Skype or Google Hangout, whatever, and we look at our data, and we have 97% of our parents involved. Parents or teachers? Both.
I mean, both. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are literally down to like that handful of parents that are not, 100% of our teachers, because that was the expectation, but 97% of our parents who are logging on and looking at it. So now our data dive this month is, okay, of those parents or of those kids, of that 97%, how many is it Beth that's getting on 97 times in a week, and then Kara's only getting on 4 times. so that then we can really start to look at.
He doesn't even have the app.
You know, it's been, thanks to homework assignment. Thanks to Dave Beatty and your support, we've been able to. It's been a good initiative for us. It's something that.
But my favorite thing about Seesaw, and I think it's such a, when you have a concern not knowing, because the videos are the kids teaching you what they have learned.
Yeah.
And if a kid can teach you, then they clearly have grasped the concept. And it's so much fun to see that. Like, oh, she understands how to do this. So it really, I applaud the Seesaw and think it should never go away until something better comes.
We're actually looking at possibly pushing it up to the middle school level as well. Those videos might be a little different.
I want to see those videos.
I do think that homework plays a part in time management, like Clara said, and I think that the one struggle sometimes is going from middle school to, towards the end of middle school and into high school, is just learning how to study, learning how to do homework effectively so that it is working to help you. So would that be a piece, those study skills to prepare kids, would that be something that you guys would be trying to incorporate into
Acceleration time.
I know it's already part of acceleration time. I mean, I know that there are acceleration courses about it, for sure.
And I think when it comes time to
Not everyone takes it, no.
these policies, all right, there's a balance between student stress, right, that's one issue, just effectiveness of homework based on other broader studies, right, and we're going to have to balance those issues. So I'm not sure exactly what data you'll be able to provide us with on that, but, dive into that before you ask us to vote on that, I guess would be my request. And then just a broad request on homework, please just delete the meaningless homework from everywhere. Because as a parent, it's annoying.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure what we're doing next.
So what we're doing next
Just be easier
is, well, okay, so when I met with
That way I can blame him if it's.
No, it is my fault. When I met with learning and teaching, we decided to rearrange a couple of these things because of the way the topics would flow, and so I think that we're actually on track and doing well in terms of what we're talking about. But what we would like to do next is kind of bridge the conversation from the Thrive D205 and the homework, which we said was something we wanted Thrive D205 to look at, and get in a little bit more deeply into some of the basic assessment types of concepts that we want to maybe think about as we move forward with our approach to instruction. And we wanted to start that conversation with a concern that's come up about how do we deal with these national rankings that are out there that people see. How do we communicate that? How do we decide what is valid or what we want our kids to know and be able to do, and what's just white noise and all that kind of stuff. So as we kind of move through this conversation, we wanted to start out by just explaining, and Mary Ann has done some work on this, just what goes into some of the ratings that you hear people talk about, like U.S. News and World Report and Niche, the school report card, and I believe what we talked about is grade schools, correct? So, Mary Ann's gonna talk about that a little bit.
I'm actually not going to talk about it, make you read about it.
Thanks for the information you provided. That was a really good.
Of course.
It was good to read it ahead of time to know how what goes into it, how they rate us.
So getting you essentially that same information back, so that you have it to refer to, and then I just gave you, because I gave you all the copies, a little note-taking tool. Thank you. Just for you to kind of quickly, again, I'm going to give you 2 minutes take a look at that information again, and I'm asking you to take notes in a couple of areas, and then I'd like to just have a short conversation about that, if that's okay. So on in this document, for homework, I sure hope it is.
It will be graded
You'll find
and you'll
out.
get feedback.
Let me give you all a check mark when you do it. There's one page for high schools and one for elementary and middle.
This is what I printed from home. Is this what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just more colors that you have.
Over here. I cannot read what to do with it. It just
Any questions you like?
So the question is, what's the most important criteria in this rating? Is that what's weighted the highest or what you believe is important?
My attempt was to get at what was weighted the most high.
Okay.
And what was weighted.
What do they think is the most important?
So, Mary Ann, under the Illinois summative designations in the high school page, the ranking criteria, 50% is graduation rates. I'm not sure I follow 4 year, 60%, 5 year, 30%, 6 year, 10%.
So they look at cohort graduation rates for a 4-year cohort, a 5-year cohort, and a 6-year cohort, and they weight them differently within the overall 50%. So it's the 4-year cohort that carries the most weight within the overall graduation rate.
What do you think about that?
I think that it's good that they include all of the 4, 5, and 6-year rates. The federal government is the first time they've given them that flexibility to do that, so I think that it's a good idea because it captures more of our students. In so doing, I don't have a strong opinion about the weight.
And these are high school graduations.
Correct.
So students taking 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years to get through your high school. And it works well for us because we get more students in before. Is that what you're
You're
saying?
accounting for more of your students. You don't just discount those who do. in a board book.
I had a similar question on the front page, high school's U.S. News and World Report. There's let's see if I can find it, 2 percentages. I think it might be one is 20%, one is 10%. The percent of 12th grade, no, 30%, 10%. Percent of 12th graders who took and passed AP IB exams. And then one is in multiple areas up to max of 4. Why do they separate the two and one's 30%, one's 10%? Help me understand why they're segregating that.
I think they're just trying to get at, so there are kids who might just take one AP course, and then there are kids who take lots of AP courses, and they're trying to sort of capture those aspects of the student population. Why they choose to weight them like this, I don't know.
And I'm wondering what's behind it based on our previous conversation about taking a lot or taking a little. I'm just really very curious now.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that
somebody
somebody complained somewhere and said, but my kids are taking, hundreds of AP courses. I don't get extra credit for that. I want that.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm speculating.
Well, it would be helpful, one second, I want to finish the thought, because if we change our policies, we really need to understand this. Because that's, if we continue to look at them, which we think that we would, that they would be, it might decrease. Our actions might actually negatively impact.
Yes, they could also change their systems, so we can't.
Say it again?
They may also change their systems as they're moving on.
Now, Jim.
Thank you, Kurt. Do you know off the top of your head what percentage of our kids take one or more? Yeah, I know you have that somewhere.
It's a high number.
You mean whoever take any AP course? Is that what your question is?
Well, apparently U.S. News only cares about 12th graders taking an AP course.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. I don't remember what our number is, but I can find it for you.
Yeah, thank you. And that is interesting.
But I think actually,
about 12th graders.
Mary Ann, isn't that report what?
Our KPI number
When they say,
Yeah,
when they say
it's in the
12,
PPI.
when they say 12th graders, though, that's counted if they've taken it prior to 12th grade. They're measuring this, whether or not the seniors have. So they're not just going your program.
So if you don't take any senior year, but you took a bunch sophomore and junior year, you're still in there.
Right.
Do the orders like IASB or other organizations that we pay for interact with these people who run these, where like we could give them feedback and say, hey, this is bad and you should change it. Like, is there any avenue or third party that can help us do that? Because I know you tried to do stuff with U.S. News and said it was kind of like a black hole.
Yes. Yes.
So,
I don't, I'm very jaded about some of these things because I don't think in many cases some of the things like niche is very valid, et cetera. So I've got my opinions about that, obviously. So I'm going to try not to let that cloud my answer, but I don't think they care. I mean...
This is working. They're getting website hits. They're licensing this information to realtors, and it's working for them.
yeah, correct. Well, and that's why I brought this up as an important issue, because I'm not sure how many of the board members actually moved to Elmhurst in the last decade, or if everyone's been here for a long time. But like, I looked at a Metro map and I Googled Illinois school towns, and then I narrowed down the list of towns, in a few minutes. And so everyone, maybe the systems are flawed, but I assume everybody's graded on the same scale, and people look at it. And I think that's why it's important to me that we're at least taking the time to understand what these criteria are. I don't know if is the practice that we then get like how we rank on each of these every year, or
It's
how is that?
Yeah.
And then we receive that basically.
No, it's just
okay.
put on the
You got to go to Zillow to find it.
Yeah, but I just want there to be an understanding that this is, you made a comment that they sell it to real estate agents. Well, I mean, that's really important because that's people moving into our town, investing in our community. And so maybe it's flawed for people who are immersed in academics every day, and it probably is, right? But I looked at it, and people look at it, and I think it's really important. So it should rank as an important priority to at least understand how we're falling and trying to do what we can to maximize how we rank.
So, I agree with exactly that. If people are, I view our role on the school board as not only to improve education, make sure that we are delivering the best education possible for the taxpayers' dollars, but the other function I think we serve is the ability to raise or lower property values through the cumulative time effect of our decisions. And I thought, all right, how much time and effort do we want to spend chasing, because it's on Zillow and I've got a Zillow app, I just chose great schools. And so do we want to focus on that? And so I thought, well, one way to look at this is, can you do well on great schools by doing well for students and on your own objectives? So I took a look at the one district I know that is completely committed to professional learning communities, and that system of education. And was curious, that is Stevenson High School, where PLCs were invented. And they're feeder districts, all right? They are a one high school district, right? And if you have another suggestion for another district, I'm open, but I just know they live and breathe professional learning communities, as it was truly intended. And I thought, well, you know what, if they don't score well on great schools, then I'm not concerned about it in the slightest. But, our elementary schools, rank 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, and a 9. Our middle school 6, 7, 8, and our high school 10 on the great schools ranking. So I looked at their high school, which also scores a 10. Their feeder schools, they have 5, actually they have 6. I could not find the 6, but of their feeder middle schools, there's 4 9s and a 10 on great schools. And I only found a few of their feeder elementary districts, but it's 10, 10, 10, and 9. And so here's a district that is scoring great on great schools and delivering a great education to their kids. So, and I suspect they don't pay one bit of attention to what great schools has to say, or in terms of what their criteria are. I suspect, I'm guessing, that they're in a position where they're just trying to deliver a great education to their kids, and somehow that gets translated into great schools numbers.
I think that's probably right. That if we that's one of the reasons I care about it as well, because it's a third-party metric that will measure how well we're doing on our objectives.
Yeah. And people use it to decide where they're going to live.
Yes.
And I hear you, and absolutely, people use it to decide. Okay, some people in Elmhurst, and I imagine Stevenson district as well, is unique in the sense that there's a certain amount of people who have lived here forever and will continue to live here.
Well, they know our schools are good.
Well, maybe.
Because they've lived here for 25 years or whatever.
Maybe.
But yeah.
Whoever.
Yeah.
But then there's a certain amount of people who may move in for the school and move out when they no longer need the school. So that is a criteria. But to me, one of the things that was striking when we did this homework assignment was that when I rated the timeliness, I rated poor on most of them because it's 4-year-old data. Maybe that's exaggeration. 3-year-old data. That's not relevant, that's not, from an academic perspective, that's not good. And the reliability on their criteria, at best, I give it fair because it's academic grades. I mean, that's academic grades, graduation rates. And we just had this conversation about Thrive 205. I saw none of that. I saw no rankings on that. I didn't see anything about collaborative or social skills. That's not rated at all. So I think it gets to this question about who do we want to be? We have to, and it's the same issue with the colleges. We have to, for lack of a better term, we have to play the game now and try to change it while we're playing. So it's the balance of that. To me, these ratings are poor, but we can't ignore them. But to me, this is not who we want to be. I don't want to be the person that says, oh, great, the only thing I care about for the children graduating in this district is that they did just that, graduate. That's not who I want our community to be, but that's the game we have to play. So I just think somehow there's a balance here. But we have
I completely agree, because when I looked at this, I thought, we just had this great conversation about Thrive 205, and if you look at News and World Report, everything is about AP classes, and we're talking about reducing stress, but the first thing I thought of was, this has to go back to that mindset, right? Parents have to understand that when we're getting a high U.S. News and World Report, that means that we're so focused on test scores and AP classes that it's not looking at the big picture. And I get it, it's a game, Margaret's exactly right, but I understand that we have to acknowledge this, but I don't think we should change our focus of who we want to be, because 30% of the ranking of News and World Report is about AP classes and who passed them. I think that's not what's in the best interest of students.
Okay, I agree, but if there's a way, okay, so we offer a lot of AP and ACT, and if we change our model a little bit to boost that, but we're not losing sight of the, I guess I'd say the whole chat, not saying we need all these kids to take AP. I think there's a way to balance. You got to play the game without, you don't want low rankings, because we do it. There's 70% of our community that doesn't have kids in school, and they're only looking at their property value.
But just to be, we actually have a pretty good ranking on the U.S. News and World Report. We look actually good. It's some of these other ones that we don't look as good. And I think it's actually partly because they focus almost entirely on test scores, these other two, right? Just state test scores. So I think it's actually, I don't know that this is one that if we're trying to play games, so to speak, this is necessarily the one we would want to pay attention to. I don't know that that's a driver.
I don't view it as playing a game, right? So, we have a spectrum of students academically, right? For the kids that are at the highest part of the spectrum, there's only, they can't go that much higher, right? I mean, how much higher is our top 2% or 5% of students willing to go? And so performing better as a district academically, at least in my mind, when I think of it, means kids in the middle, and especially kids at the low end of our current distribution, improving, right? And I think that's not, that can change lives. That's not just manipulating
generations,
right? So that's why this stuff matters so much to me, because I think if you focus on that, this will improve. Well, my guess is that there's schools who are ahead of us on Thrive 205 type of stuff that also rank very well on these. I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
And let me, and I hate to keep using this word, but let me bring up Stevenson again. They are ranked by U.S. News as the #1 public high school in Illinois. that takes all comers, there at High Magnet School. And I haven't been to Stevenson in now probably 9 years, but when I was there, they made a big point to say that their board, in their KPIs, their board wants as many kids as possible to take just one AP course during their high school career, so that every single kid understands what college level rigor is all about. They are not pushing their kids to take 5 or 6 or 10 AP classes. What they want is each kid to take one. And interestingly, that plays well to the new U.S. News and World Report. But that's not why they're doing it, right? They want every single kid that goes to Stevenson to understand just once what college level rigor is all about, because they realize every kid going to college is going to be taking 4 or 5 AP courses their freshman year in college, right? So,
I think it would be helpful too, just to, this is the first time, I like this chart a lot. And, I presume that we could take our scores and just put this on a piece of paper every year for the board, right? So that we could track it, like how are we doing on these are the 4 most important sources. And I think the point that Jim made earlier, that if we just execute on our plans effectively, this should take care of itself.
I think that that's an important point that I don't want to lose track of, because you made a comment about the kids that are not, the very top. If you take a look at Mary Ann's presentation, you saw how skewed it is with the deciles, where our top kids are carrying the average to a large degree. And we do have some higher poverty and some higher EL and than some of these other districts. And so I think that if we close some of these gaps and we have the appropriate level of rigor for all students, and we do a good job with the interventions, we do a good job with a balanced assessment system and some other things like that we'll talk about in a little while, I think some of these scores will move. A lot of this does come back to just good, high-quality, Tier 1 instruction, and if you do that, you don't have to necessarily, you were talking about that before, try to jury-rig the system. I think that, for example, 50% of state report card, and some of this is changing a little bit, I believe. Mary Ann can go into details every time she reports about all the changes, because it does change, but, she has sat down with the high school and taken a look at the state report card metrics and try to make sure that, we could focus on graduation rates and things like that. The niche ratings are to me almost the most, we only have 8 people that have commented on there, but if I started a massive PTA campaign to say nice things about our school, that'd be 10% of our ranking on niche. And, but I do think that, again, I don't like the fact that U.S. News and World Report is all SAT and all AP, but if you do take a look at, some of that metric does take a look at gaps. Every one of these things is taking a look at some measure of equity or gaps. So I think if we continue to focus on the types of improvement efforts that we think are going to help kids grow, you're going to see the net effect on some of this improvement. So,
my biggest ask is, I'm sure as an education professional, it's easy to look at these rubrics and say, well, this doesn't make sense for X, Y, and Z reason, or it's flawed or whatever, and it probably is. But people that aren't immersed in education every day look at this stuff and they make very important decisions, in part based on it. And I hope that everyone's on that page, that this stuff is important, I think, for the district and for the community as a whole.
In my very rudimentary analysis, I came to the conclusion that we probably don't have to study every little part of this, of these rankings and what they are. We should spend our efforts on doubling down on our professional learning communities model efforts because it helps every kid. The professional learning communities model makes sure that no kid falls behind. They're assessed every 6 weeks. And if a kid doesn't pass the assessment, the kid gets tutoring to be brought up to speed so no kid ever falls more than 6 weeks behind. And that's exactly what we're talking about, is bringing up, it's not the top of the pack that's moving the curve.
Right.
It's every kid that's moving the curve up. And for some reason, that has found its way into both the U.S. News model and the Great Schools model. And I get that the timeliness, right? I mean, the timeliness factor helps the schools that might be rapidly decreasing in their performance and hurt the schools that are rapidly increasing. But I have to believe most school districts aren't that fast moving, that they're not a whole lot different today than they were 3 years ago. And that this will, if we are one of those steadily improving districts over decades, that's good enough for me. I mean, to be 3 years behind in a steadily improving curve is good enough.
Well, I think that, I think we some of these state testing things that, we're talking about that are showing up here, there is a lag between when some of our efforts are going to show up on some of these tests. I mean, we have kids in middle school right now that never had Fontes and Pinel testing that are taking, the state tests and things like that. So we are committed. We're not satisfied that we're doing our best, and we're committed to doing our best. So we're going to continue to work toward that. But I think one thing that I would like to say about the rankings, just for some semblance of balance, is that York High School is ranked in the top 2% of high schools in the country. There's 27,000 high schools. And the difference between one year being 320th or one year being 370th and the next year being 280th really is not that appreciable of a difference. And so I just think we have to also have some perspective about the fact that we have high expectations and we're committed to doing better, but I think that, there are positive things that are going on that I think it's important we don't lose track of too.
So maybe it's the way that we communicate it, right? We put it in that perspective. Instead of just saying this year, last year, this is the trajectory. That's what people are looking for.
Yeah, or top 2%.
Yep.
That's a good getting point.
So, yeah, just let's make sure that the message is what we want it to be, instead of ignoring it and letting people draw their own conclusions and own message.
Yeah, I think that's a nice, maybe wrap up of this piece, which is just about what are these things, and making sure you at least understand where they come from and how they're derived. And then I think it's a question of how do we talk about them, and what do we want people to know about us? What do we want them? Where do we want them to go and think about? This is what counts.
So ultimately,
and that's the great message, not only with this, but everything we do.
Well, ultimately, where we're hoping to get at some point here in the conversation is that if we can come to some type of an agreement around the statement that Karen just made, is that we can create a way to tell our stories where when the realtors have to tell somebody where to look, they just send them to our website and they get the information they need about this school district and an accurate picture of what it is that we're actually doing. So we're going to talk about some opportunities for that maybe. What we wanted to do on the agenda is when we show these rankings, get into a little bit of a conversation about assessment, and then talk a little bit about what some of these options might be for us moving forward and how we approach it. So one of the things that we put on the agenda is standards-based reporting, and we put that on there because We have several people who are on the board now where the implementation of standards-based reporting started before they were on the board. And so some of them may have had children that experienced it, but some of them may not have even had it started out at the elementary level just last year, I believe. Yes, just last year. So Nikki is going to present you a little bit of some information about what standards-based reporting actually is, and so that you understand like what it actually is. But also then we were going to talk about some solid assessment principles and some things that we're doing right now to try to bridge the gap between where we are right now and address some of the concerns about grading and homework and whatever, and then ultimately think about where do we want to go.
Can I ask a question to make sure my head's framed properly? So this is assessment, grading, standard-based reporting, homework.
You can figure it out, assessment writ large. How do we know what kids know?
I understand, and then what tools are we using? And the lingo that you're using, I want to make sure that I am there, because it's a lot of different things.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we have traditional grading practices and we have standards-based grading practices. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to shift from traditional grading practices, percentages, zeros, things like that, to standards-based, which is a focus on the standards and telling us whether students are proficient, demonstrating proficiency toward that standard or not. So this is another article from Educational Leadership. It's actually, I pulled it off of a Facebook page on standards-based reporting. It's a great page. I'm not a huge Facebook person, but I happened to stumble upon it. And so obviously I've shown you two articles tonight from Educational Leadership, but I think they're both really good ones. I want to lead you first toward the date. So this was written in 2011. So standards-based reporting is not something new. It's not really innovative. It's what's best for kids. And so, and for sake of time and for the sake that some of you already have this background knowledge, I took the liberty, if you will, of kind of highlighting some of the key aspects of what this article is telling you. I'd like to give you, I'll use Marianne's 2 minutes. I'll give you a couple minutes to just read this. And I'd really like for you to focus, when you're finished, on these four big statements here, because really, if we don't believe these four things, then we shouldn't be doing standards-based reporting. So take a look at the article, read the pink areas, and then I'd like for you to kind of be prepared to talk to me about an aha moment for you or an I agree with moment for you.
Come up with ahas and agreements.
Got it.
I rarely have.
Maybe tonight I'll get one from you. Challenge accepted. Okay, something that you agree with or an aha that you had?
Agree. Standards-based grading is based on the principle that grades should convey how well students have achieved the standards, not about what students learn. It's about what they learn.
Others?
Grading policies should be set up to support student motivation to learn, and the student should never reach a place where there's no point to any more work because failure is not a voice. That's very important to keep kids motivated to know that they can.
One more?
I think I'm going to say the aha is this, with standard-based learning or grade reporting, I'm going to say, there are often several grades per subject with effort and behavior reported separately. Elementary school maybe, but the other levels?
Those are called process standards. So what we want to do is we want to take out the concept or the idea of a student, maybe they already know it. They have demonstrated, they could demonstrate tomorrow without anything that they have proficiency for that standard. So they're maybe a little more resistant to doing a homework assignment or something like that, or participating in class because they're not engaged in their learning. So we want to separate that out from what they actually know and are able to do.
And we do that with
Yes,
standards?
we absolutely do that. Those are called our process standards.
Yeah.
And that's a fundamental aspect of standards-based reporting that we believe in and support. And that's, we're pushing that up all the way through high school. Great, glad you picked up on that. Okay, so that's a little bit about what standards-based reporting is and why we're doing what we're doing. Two other things, I'm sure you might have some questions about this, but if you could just let me show you where we've been, where we're headed, and where we plan on landing, and then a timeline for what the work that I'm doing with the high school, and then I'll answer any questions that you might have. So let me talk a little bit about my method to my madness for this sheet here. So this work started 3 years ago in the Learning and Teaching Department. I'll wait till everybody has a copy. And I think when you roll something as large as this out, there are always opportunities to learn from your mistakes, but there are also celebrations. So I think one of the things that we've done pretty well, and I obviously can take no credit for it because it's something that I was a part of, but not leading per se 3 years ago. In 2017-2018, we piloted standards-based reporting at 2 elementary buildings, and we began the learning for all of the other elementary buildings. So that's the key code there. The yellow is what launched that year, and the green is what the work was for coming up for the following year. So we're always trying to stay a year ahead of the work is the point of this.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Can I ask you, what do you mean by beginning learning for elementary?
So that means sorry, I should have said, you caught me. I should have said middle school. Oh. Yeah, so we're beginning to work for the next group, that's coming up. So in 2018, 2019, we fully implemented in K-5, and then we began that work for the middle school. And then this year, we pushed it up to 6th grade. We've continued our learning for the high school, which I'll go over the 3-year plan for the high school in just a second. If you want to pass those while I'm talking about it. Then next year, we're going to launch in 7th grade. We're working on writing proficiency scales for them this year, and we're creating that 3-year plan for the high school. And then the next year, we're pushing up to 8th grade, and then that following year in 2022, 2023, that's when we will be fully implemented district-wide. But as you can see with the green, we're continuing learning for all every year. So just because we're in year 3 of K-5, bless you, that doesn't mean that we have stopped the learning. We're continuing to work with our K-5 teachers. I think I talked about the steering committee either last year with you or this year regarding realignment of the standards, rewriting of proficiency scales. So this is work that we're continuing to work on. We never consider it to be done. It's always something that we're refining and taking a fresh set of eyes on. Okay? Then if you look at the timeline for the high school, I've really, we've been working, the whole learning and teaching department has been working with the high school starting early in October to develop a 3-year plan for teachers, for parents, and for you, the Board of Education. So this is going to be a working document, and it's not complete yet, but what we have right now is a pretty fleshed out year 1 of what the learning for the teachers will be, what the learning for the parents will be, and what the learning for you will be, which tonight in this document on page 2, you'll see Board of Education, November 12th, Committee of the Whole. So this is one of the first and what will be many ongoing opportunities to continue to have you be a part of the discussion of standards-based reporting so that you are in the know of what we're doing and why we're doing it and how we're doing it. So if you look at the very top of the York timeline, this is their year of identifying reporting standards. I think, no, I don't need to tell anyone in this room that we've had a few false starts at the high school, and we've had some bumpy moments, and that's not good for anyone. That's not good for us being able to focus on our work. It's not good for stress level for parents, and it's not good for kids. Most importantly, it's not good for kids. And so we've been working diligently to ensure that we can create something that we can all agree to. We all know what's happening, when it's happening, who's responsible for the work, and that way we make sure that we stay on track and that no more false starts happen. So that's why next year there will be no more course teams that will go to standards-based reporting until we're all ready to go in 2022-23. So again, this is their year of learning for reporting standards. Next year, they'll be writing proficiency scales, but that doesn't preclude them, if they're ready for writing proficiency scales before that, to start that work, but there's a process for it, and that's right down here with the asterisks. It says, if a team has identified their reporting standards, which is the only non-negotiable for this year, that's what the high school is working on this year, identifying their reporting standards. Okay, and they've been vetted by the relevant director, so let's say Ariana, World Language thinks that they have their reporting standards. World Language doesn't get the go to start writing their proficiency scales until Ariana has signed off on it, until Ryan and Aaron have signed off on it, and until I have signed off on it. That way we make sure that we're all in agreement of what the reporting standards for that course is, and then they can start writing their proficiency scales. Because we don't want to have to undo any work anymore.
One of the things that we're trying to ensure is with the work that's been done and the work that is scheduled for this year and the near future, that we're being very, very intentional about ensuring that our reporting standards are aligned with the power standards that the kids are tested on the state tests, the IAR and the SAT. So we're making a concerted effort, and in other ways our principals are also making a concerted effort. We have heightened some awareness recently of some things, and they are working diligently on trying to get their teachers to understand the level of rigor of the tests that the kids are taking for the school report card and accountability purposes. So, I say that because it relates not only to this work, but also some of the conversation that we've had, just not too long ago here. So,
Can I ask a basic question on this? Is the primary aim of this to reduce stress for students, or to help more kids learn better?
Both. For me, it's always about both. I have a high school daughter as well. She suffers from some stuff, and school's hard for her. One of the reasons school's hard for her is because the needle's always moving. She doesn't know what the expectation for her is. So I think by focusing on the standards for students to know what they're supposed to know and be able to do, and for parents to know, I think that will reduce their level of stress and anxiety, but it will also increase their engagement in school and focus on learning.
So this works at a lot of different levels. If you've heard us talk about learning targets and the focus that we've placed on that, when the kids can articulate their own learning and know what's next in their learning progression, they continue to keep trying to achieve the standard, and they start to become more engaged because they are making their learning decisions. They're not complying with somebody else's expectation. So these A lot of these different things work together, but I think the primary purpose is that if you go to Jim's analogy to PLCs and the question is, what do you want students to know and be able to do? How do you know if they're going to, if they've mastered it, et cetera? The whole idea is that you're looking at being able to demonstrate learning and growth and also communicate learning and growth in ways that letter grades can't do. And another thing, when you talk about motivation, for kids that are motivated by grades in the upper grade levels, grades 6 through 12, the grades aren't going away. They're going to have standards-based and they're going to get a grade. But for the kids who are those middle kids that you're talking about, if they start to get disenfranchised, grades as a means of rewards and is not a system that motivates them. It typically only motivates the kids who already do well at playing school. So there's a lot of things at work here about not just the system of standards-based itself, but how all these concepts fit in an overall approach to assessment.
Well, and I would say an overall approach to learning and what the expectations are for them to learn, back to what you said, right?
Yeah. I have two questions. What are you using as the power standards you referred to? Because I don't recall anything ever being brought to the board. And then what system do you have in place to bring a kid to the standard if they don't meet the standard?
So when you say power standard, are you talking about reporting standard?
Well, Dave reported.
I think that's one of the things we're working really hard on, is to be very careful about our language and what we're saying. So for us, we say a reporting standard are the standards that are being reported on. There are also supporting standards, and those are Common Core standards that teachers are responsible for teaching, but they don't report on them for the SBR at the end of the trimester or the semester. So I'm not sure what you were referring to.
What I was referring to is probably a term that I should not have used, so I apologize for that. What I'm trying to say is that some standards are weighted more heavily on the tests that students take. So we're trying to make sure that our curriculum alignment and our reporting system is consistent with the grade levels information that the state says are the priority standards.
And I have a request. Can you communicate to us at some point over the next year what the state or whoever has decided all this, what they've decided every first grader needs to know, every second grader needs to know, every high schooler needs to know?
That's the tricky part of this, if I may. I'm sort of a black and white type person, so I love that frame and structure. So one of the things I struggle most about with standards-based reporting is that there is no black and white. There is no one right way of doing it. So what we are doing is different a little bit than what Stevenson is doing, to use your favorite tool.
I don't know. I don't know what they're using.
No, but I'm just telling you, from the research that we've done and what we know, no one district is doing it the same way. And so, for example, there are a lot of districts out there in a true standards-based system that would say we're not associating a grade to that. It's 4, 3, 2, 1, that's it. We're not going to tie a grade to that at the end of the semester. But through our work with our former administration and Dr. Moyer and what we thought our community would support or not support, we didn't think at the time of launching standards-based reporting that would fly, that parents would be okay with the 4, 3, 2, 1. They would want an A, B, C, D. So, whether I agree or disagree with that decision or not is really not for this conversation. I think we need to be thinking throughout this process what's best for kids, what is going to reduce their anxiety the most, what's going to tell them and their parents what they know are able to do, and what's going to get them college, career, and life ready.
But we can absolutely, there is a list of state standards. Yeah. This is the list. And then here are reporting standards.
having a kid succeed in college. I would say if you asked most parents in our district, what do they want out of our school system? The answer would be, I want my kid well prepared for college and not coming home permanently prematurely.
Sure. And I would say that the Common Core standards have been around for many, many years, and they're what students should know and be able to do to be able to be successful in college. And if we aren't focusing on those standards, we aren't preparing them for college. So that's that is the main reason why we're doing this.
Okay, I mean, as long as that correlation exists between what we're using as standards and what prepares a kid well for college.
Okay, so if I'm tracking that, then that is what the students are learning, that we're expecting them to learn, and that our teachers are teaching them.
Correct.
So then I lost the conversation when you said the reporting does not reflect that same thing. Did I misunderstand?
I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, so I heard that we teach these standards that what the kids have to learn, but the reporting doesn't necessarily mirror that.
So there are, let's say for English language arts, there are over 22 Common Core standards. We can't possibly report on every single one of those, but teachers are responsible for teaching all of those.
Okay.
So we talk about the ones that they're teaching but not reporting on as supporting standards. Almost like scaffolding. They have to do these 18 things, but we're reporting on these 7 things.
How do we decide what the most important 7 are that we're
Sure.
going to report?
So what we did was we pulled a group of stakeholders together. I'll use what I did with middle school, for example. I brought Kevin Podeska, who is the high school department chair, along with the 3 department chairs from the middle schools, and we looked at what did K-5 say are the enduring standards that all students must know and be able to do through their K-5 experience, to then decide what is 6th, 7th, and 8th grade going to look like. Common Core also does a really nice job of saying these are the 22, but these are the 10 most important. So we took a look at what is Common Core saying are the 10 most important, then what are we teaching, how are we teaching it, and do we agree that those are the same 10? In most cases, we would say yes, but in other cases, for example, phonics instruction, maybe Common Core didn't have that as one of their top 10, but we really believe strongly that that needed to be. So there was a little bit of wiggle room there, but that's the short version of the process that we went to identify what we were going to say in Elmhurst D205 are going to be our enduring standards.
I don't know how my other school board colleagues feel about that, but I feel that is important enough that I'd like some kind of, at least an executive level education in...
I definitely think that we could be better about informing you, and yes.
We're just seeing what the
disagree.
standards are.
Right, what the standards are, what we're measuring, and what we feel are important.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not sure, I personally probably wouldn't opine as much and defer to you all, but I would like to at least do it for my own knowledge.
Sure.
And hear like your rationale of why you chose whatever.
We can work on definitely what we want some upcoming board meetings to look like to bring you into the loop.
We also have the parent report cards posted, and those list the standards that we report on, and they're on our website.
Yeah, I agree. I think
We also posted blank report cards on our website.
And we have a parent handbook too.
And we have a parent handbook, so parents can see exactly what standards we're reporting on. So you can see for every subject in every grade level that we have SBR, K-6 right now, 7 coming, what standards we're reporting on.
It just doesn't have all of them. It has the ones we're reporting on.
And I think that's what I'd like, that's for me was the interesting point, that there was a decision made by the team of which we're reporting on and which we're just considered supporting. And how was that process? More information about that.
So let's put some of that together, because that's obviously of interest to people, and there is a method to the madness. Obviously, it's not random, and I think it obviously would help people to understand what went into that. So,
yeah, and I guess the one thing in addition to that is, what is the system that we put in place to help a kid meet the standard if a kid doesn't meet the standard?
I would say that that's intervention time. So the teachers have, I'll use ELA as an example. It's obviously where I feel most confident and comfortable. They teach a mini lesson that is tied to the standard, and then they go into their workshop time, which is also tied to that same skill or standard that they're teaching. And if the student is not demonstrating proficiency toward that standard, based off of a preponderance of evidence, then that is what they would be working on during their intervention time. And actually, if I could, Michelle Thompson, when she was the principal at Emerson, did a really nice job with her team over the last couple of years of aligning that work, if you want to speak to that at all.
Sure. So like Nikki said, there's a scope and sequence of standards, and the teachers in initial instruction during the workshop model teach a mini lesson to the standard, and then they have guided reading groups where the students are applying the standard at text at their level with support from the teacher. And then when the teachers are seeing that the students still aren't meeting that standard, then it's retaught again in acceleration. So it's like that acceleration block is considered a second dose of instruction. So everyone gets that tier 1 instruction in the classroom, and then during acceleration, the students are regrouped. Students who are not performing at grade level are in smaller groups. The aim is 5 to 6 students in a group, so they can really get that extra individualized dose of second dose of instruction. But then the on and beyond groups are larger, and they're being enriched and pushed on that same skill. And so at Emerson, we had everybody who taught acceleration at that grade level in the planning meetings too, every week, so that everybody was on the same page, using the same common language, so that students were really truly getting a second dose of instruction.
So it really, I think the bottom line is it really focuses the learning and the teachers with the teachers. And there is a change management protocol on it as well that I know you have access to.
Do you feel like the teachers are like
on board?
Yeah.
I think that's a good question. I think that anytime change is hard, right? And I think anytime you put something into place that can cause stress and anxiety for teachers, I think I'll use K-5 as an example. I would say the first year of piloting at the 2 buildings, we learned a lot, and that was very stressful for those 2 buildings. But when we launched K-5 all throughout the entire district, it was much smoother because we did that, and because Hawthorne and Field, thank you to them, and I wasn't there at that time, so it had nothing to do with me. They did a lot of that really heavy lifting for us, and it really helped their colleagues the following year. However, the first year at K-5, there was still a lot of stress from the teachers, because what evidence am I going to use? How many pieces of evidence do I need? What is that going to look like? When you don't know, it creates stress. So I would say that, yes, the teachers are on board for the most part. Yes, the teachers believe that this is what's right for kids. Do we still have some people that we need to bring along? Yes. And I would say 6th grade is in that's that first year. So they don't know what they don't know, and we're trying to be as supportive to them throughout the process, to answer their questions, to provide feedback, to provide resources and support in however they need it. And I think once they can get past the hump of this first grading period, I think they'll find that it's not as scary as they thought.
That's what happened with the elementary last year. Is the first round of parent-teacher conferences in the first trimester of grades. There was the 2 to 3 weeks preceding that, there was very, very high levels of stress. And after they went through it once, it settled down pretty quickly.
I guess part of, what I'm asking too is, we're talking about homework, and we're not just saying like lighten load, we're kind of saying, make sure it's meaningful, and let's look at homework. And so then, and think about the stress level and balancing that and whatever that entails, and then this, and I'm thinking a little more at the high school level because that's what we've been talking about. And I guess, I'm just thinking about capacity of humans. And, this is a lot, and I also think at the high school level, I don't know how to say it, the grade, like it really starts counting at the
can't kind of, you know, so it's like, you can't sort of have that year where maybe you're working out the kinks because you've got kids who, you know, are.
Agreed. Yes, I take that very seriously.
I mean, you know, it's like you want the balance of your grades and all that to be, but that is a reality when you get to high school.
Right. So I think that's really why we've been working so hard on this 3-year plan, because I think, I don't know the best way to say this. Sometimes we think we know but we don't know. And so just really calibrating the entire high school, what is standards-based reporting? Why are we doing standards-based reporting? How do we identify a reporting standard? How do we write a proficiency scale? How do we build an assessment around that? What curriculum resources are we going to use to teach to the standard? Because the standard is the curriculum. The resource that we're using is not the curriculum. All of those pieces, it's very easy to sit in this room and to talk about them, but to get full buy-in to, and York is a very large community where it's a lot easier at Hawthorne to work with a 5th grade team. You know, you have all 4 of them in the room and you can do the work and support the work. With York, you know, there's a lot of different course teams. Dave Beatty's got how many science course teams?
Many.
Plus Dave
12, I don't know.
Plus Dave Beatty has how many math course teams, right? And each one of those course teams is in a different place, and each person on that course team could potentially be in a different place. I may be, let's say we're a course team, us 3. I may be all in with standards-based, understand it, ready to go, and super excited about it, but Mary Ann may be only halfway there, and Beth may be like, hell no. And so, it is big, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it's not. But I believe in the work, and we believe in the work. We've started the work. We're committed to finishing the work, and that's why we're doing the work that we're doing, to put as many systems in place, to be as tight as we can, and to make sure that we're all working together. So I've never spent so much time at York High School in my career than I have in the last 3 weeks, trying to make sure that Ryan and Aaron and myself are planning this together, and that the directors are involved, that the coaches are involved, and that the department chairs are involved to all lead this work together. And I feel pretty good about the work that we're doing.
Because I just think it's important that, you know, because it's, you know, like you were saying, kids' stress level, when they don't know the expectation, that's where the anxiety,
right.
And they want to know what the expectation is. So I think that, you know, is an important piece, and of course the parent, you know, messaging to the community. But I guess the feedback I want to give you is I would rather see us, if it has to slow down to do it right, that's what I want. I personally would rather see.
And
than trying to push forward because we feel like we need to keep up with this pace that we've set out. And then we get in a situation where, you know, we're not where we thought we were. And I think, you know, just like all learners are different teachers are. I mean, you know, teachers are strong in different areas, and some, you know, I don't think the work is bad, even if it's pushed, because you are making sure everyone's getting to the standards. But I just, I guess, personally want to make sure that everyone's really ready to roll it out and that it's consistent.
I share that concern too, because my experience so far is that, in a period of 30 minutes, I got 4 different explanations of what standards-based grading was. And it kind of made me chuckle a little bit, because I know what it is from reading it as a board member. And I'm sitting there consuming, you know, I adjusted to it over the last, from teachers, right? Probably because it's their first time using it or whatever, right? And it's hard to get everybody on the same page. And my experience in elementary school has been, the first time I got a report card home and saw the numbers instead of letters, I was like, what is this? And whatever. Now it's fine, I'm used to it. But when you do kind of a tour and you hear different explanations in quick succession from many people, it makes you wonder, what's happening exactly? And, you know, so that's one point of caution. And the second one my observation of this generally is that the mind share that this demands from a lot of stakeholders, like this better be your best idea to help more kids learn better. Because this is consuming a lot of your time, a lot of teachers' time. You're touching parents and their understanding of grading and kids and all that stuff. So, you know, we shouldn't use that chip unless it's really your best idea. So as we go through this, I'm definitely going to be pushing you all on that. Like, is this the best idea we have to help kids? If it is, then okay, but.
And I think it requires high-functioning PLCs, which, you know, I know that's a school improvement plan goal for a lot of schools, but you have to work together on this. There's no way you can implement standards-based grading if you aren't working together, because you have to all be on the same page.
Well, you know, that's true, and there's no disputing that. But if it wasn't standards-based grading, it's still not right if we have 6 people teaching algebra and the kid's grade is subject to the teacher draw and the individual whim of the teacher, whether it's a standards-based system or not. I think. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but I also would say that would be critical regardless of the system. And I think that the history of the American high school would suggest that there are significant inconsistencies in the grading practices of teachers. And that, according to one of my favorite researchers, Reed, which you got the chapter from, is, in his estimation, one of the main reasons why he would say that if you want to improve achievement in this country, the first thing you should do is reform grading practices. So, I mean, I think that I agree with everything you're saying, but I think it's a bigger conversation than just whether you're having a standards-based reporting conversation or not. It's about assessment in general and you know, solid understanding of grades and what grades mean and the consistency of how the teachers approach it and what the students experience. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think it's a bigger conversation than whether it's a standards-based reporting conversation or not.
I think this just requires it all to be, like, you're doing it all in one, like assessment, standard, you know.
By the year though, so we do it, this is a year. I'm not saying that it's not ambitious, I'm not saying that, but I feel more confident knowing that we do have 3 years to do this work. And that I have the support of the high school, I have the support of the directors, I have the support of the Board of Education, and I have the support of Dr. Moyer. We have the support.
One of the things that, and I am in agreement that this is, I'm in agreement that this is taking a lot of effort. I am also in agreement that I thought this last page of this article that you gave us about which do you believe, and I believe, to me, this is what we should spend time on, because if we don't believe this, if you talk about support, if we don't believe this, then standards-based reporting is not the direction we need to go. So I think this, which do you believe? If you believe these things, then standard-based reporting to me makes sense. But if we don't as a community believe these things, then I don't know how we're going to get there. I was encouraged when I looked at your timeline. I noted 9 times you're meeting with your staff between November now and April 20th. I mean, that's, consistent message, continue going back. It's not like something's, I interpret this, it's not like something's being just thrown to them once.
Yeah.
I also was encouraged, 5 times you're meeting with the parents, same time frame. So it's not just, it's going to this vacant audience, this vacant community, it's going to the community as well. So these to me are encouraging based on the timeline. That doesn't mean that this timeline isn't incredibly aggressive. And maybe we'll meet this timeline, maybe we'll need to make adjustments, I don't know. But to me, the components of it, the logic of it, makes a lot of sense. The things that you're calling out to do make a lot of sense. It's just whether we can get these things done.
My worry is if we don't, and those 8th graders go to high school, and we don't launch standards-based reporting, I don't think that's what's good for kids, and that's why it's not about if, it's when we get that work done.
Yes,
we will.
I agree, but again, do you believe grades should reflect achievement of intended learning outcome? If we don't believe that, if we don't understand that, then standard-based reporting to me won't be successful. So part of, I don't know what's going to be planned in these parent and community meetings, but I think these articles.
Yeah, that's great feedback.
Yeah, this should be stressed.
If you want to avoid as parents do a tour, getting, I guess in high school would be how many different answers, right? To what does this mean exactly for my kid, right? And that can't happen because, it's a big audience, and as Kara was saying, grades start to become a little bit more relevant there than they are. Like my kids are younger, right, and a little more margin for error there. But personally, I would like to understand what the opportunity cost is. What are our other really good ideas to help kids in the middle or at the low end of our spectrum do better? And that we're foregoing and not doing because of doing this. Just for how I think it would be helpful.
Chris, I don't see it as foregoing anything. I see it as providing us focus about what do they know and what do they not know and what do we need to be working on with them. Because if we don't focus on the standards, then we're all over the place. So to me, this is what allows us to ensure that students are prepared for college career in life. I keep saying that, but it's so true.
I get it. Yeah, I get that, and but it does take a lot of mind share that could be allocated to other things. So I don't want to create a lot of work for everybody, but I just would be interested, for you all as education professionals, what are the other things that...
So I think one of the things we can do is we could probably take a look at the effect size research and show people how the assessment practices align with most of the high leverage strategies for improving achievement. I think that there are auxiliary benefits of what this drives in terms of the student experience and things like that, when we talk about student engagement and other things like that, I think that there's a connection to some other things. So I think we can put some information together about, some rationale for why this is maybe a priority of approaching some of the instructional improvement instead of perhaps taking a different avenue. There's only one other one that I would pursue. I think, that might potentially have as much impact.
The question that I have, Nikki, is this is working with a lot of the leaders, I would say. Okay, I think it says it goes down to department chair. At what point does it get to teachers? Because, sorry, but 10 years ago, when my son was at York, they did standards-based reporting. And we worked for 4 years on it. And so some of those same teachers are there. Right. And so today's point is, how do we get that to happen? Because that's where the rubber meets the road.
And it's also some unlearning that we need to provide at York too, because they have gone so many years of trying. Yes, and also, thinking that they knew what standards-based was or what a 3 meant versus how we're defining it now, right, wrong, or otherwise. So that is part of the work. So my role is to work with the leaders and the directors and the department chairs are working directly with the teachers. And that started at the beginning of the school year.
So how do we make
sure
sure
part of this process?
Right, but how do we make sure that that's really, I don't want to say happening, that the mindset is there, the practice is there, that it really is rubber's going to meet the road, and it's launching, and it's going to work
Well,
in the way that we want it to theoretically work.
I think that's one of the main reasons why the focus of what we're doing with the principals this year is so weighted on the concept of supervision of instruction. We're trying to get people in PLCs, in classrooms, giving feedback. We're trying to adjust how we're providing growth opportunities for the instructional coaches to make sure that there's consistency and alignment at all these various different entry points and to moving this work along. So I think there are other things going on that are intended to try to adequately support the work too. That are ongoing daily type of things beyond the schedule or whatever you want to call the document that Nikki handed out.
So I have a sense of, because you've provided throughout board meetings, how that's happening at the elementary school level. I think I've got a sense from middle school because we're school liaisons and we get to the schools. I don't know how that's happening at York. Can you give us a sense at some point about what you just talked about?
About how we're supporting the system?
In my opinion, and the directors can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like we're doing the high school the way it should be done. We have a 3-year timeline.
Okay.
No one can start doing anything until it's been signed off on by 3 different parties. I am at York High School, along with the directors, at least once or twice a week for multiple hours, planning for how we're going to implement this work with department chairs, with coaches, and with teachers. And then the directors are going to York on a regular basis to be in those course teams as they work on whatever part of this work they're working on. So there's constant support, supervision of the implementation at York, because I am fully aware of what could happen, and I do not want that to happen.
One of the differences, Karen, between what's going on now and what happened when they tried to jump into this the first go-round is that we're using the Marzano philosophy, and he was one of the big people that his work and his organization, they were one of the big forerunners of some of this standards-based work. So we're plugging into a major national organization in terms of support and philosophy and frameworks and approaches. That didn't happen the first time. The second thing that's different is that there is a higher level of cooperation between the district office and the high school that did not exist at that time. And that's allowing for more dialogue, more consistency, and better organization of the work. So the different things you see on that piece of paper about the district office and the high school working together is different than when they tried to do this on their own, and they were just kind of coming up with various different things that weren't really consistent with a true standards-based approach. So I think that we're in better shape for a variety of reasons, but I also think that you're asking about some of the systematic things beyond just the standards-based work, like the PLCs, the instructional coaches, that kind of stuff, and we can give you some examples of things we're doing along those lines. Yeah. Rounds, other things that we do. Yeah.
So this makes sense that if you tick out the standards, that not only do students understand more clearly what they need to be learning, but teachers understand more clearly what they need to be teaching.
Yes.
And I'm a big believer in clarity. What supports do you have in place for the teachers that need a little extra help getting there? And what's your plan for the people that have no desire to ever get there?
That's not an option. So that's what I have to say to that. We are doing this. It is what's best for kids, and it's our responsibility to support you along the way. So what are we doing to support them along the way? We are, again, going back and looking at the vertical articulation of the standards on a yearly basis. Have we identified the right standards? How do we know that we've identified the right standards? We're rewriting proficiency scales as needed. We are working with teachers in PLCs. I was at Bryan last night at their PTA meeting, and a parent brought up the fact that she has 2 6th graders, and they are both in the same math course. I haven't talked to Dee about this yet, but they have 2 different teachers, and it's clear that they're not on the same page. That's not a standards-based reporting issue. That's a PLC conversation that needs to take place so that
And they're at the same school?
And the same school.
In the same grade?
Yes, 2 6th grader twins. So
Teachers are supposed to be talking to each other, right?
Totally, right, exactly. And so I think you have to look at the chicken and the egg, right? Is it a standards-based issue that they need support on? Is it a grading practice issue that they need assistance on, which obviously filters into standards-based? But right now, we need to continue to make those connections for teachers. The work that Scott's doing with grading practices and homework, whether it's a 0 or 50% or any of that stuff, that is the opposite of what we want to be doing with standards-based. So that will all go away when we have full implementation of standards-based, but you can't just drop that bomb. You have to get there slowly. Hence the reason why, I don't know that I'm fully answering your question, so I'm sorry if I'm getting off track, but that's the reason why Scott's working with teachers so diligently to put something in place. To his credit, we need a handbook, we need systems. He's been beating that drum since the day he got here, and he's right, we do. And so right now, what's going to go in the handbook might be a little bit different than what's going to be in the handbook 3 years from now, when we can really get this in place fully, and we have full buy-in, and we have full understanding from our teachers. That's not where we are yet, but that's the challenge that we face, that we are committed to.
So what we want to do next, and we need to take a little break, but what we want to do next is just give you some idea of what's being done to bridge the gap during this 3 years of this implementation process at the high school, so that some of the frustrations that have occurred earlier in the year are rectified, and we can prevent those things from happening in the future until we get closer to a full implementation. And those are all things that are much more consistent with good grading practices, at least in a traditional system. So Scott will talk about that a little bit, but I think...
Can I just, two quick questions, hopefully. This full implementation in 22-23, that means those 9th graders will start, correct?
Correct.
So full implementation at the high school wouldn't be for 4 years after that 22...
No, because, and I'm going to use what happened in the fall as an example. We had kids in 9th grade that were standards-based. We had kids in a world language class that thought they were standards-based, but they were using a rubric and tying it to numbers and percentages, and then we had kids in a traditional grading system. That is what causes stress for kids and parents when they're living in different systems.
But so what you're saying then is in 22-23, when I have a junior now who has never seen standard-based reporting, it's going to flip right when he's starting to apply for college?
So that's what on the timeline, that's why I will be meeting with parents 5 times this year, more times next year, so that we're building your understanding along the way so that that doesn't happen in junior year and you have no idea that it's coming or why it's coming.
Not that I don't have any idea.
But you'll have had it in the courses that are using
Correct.
it.
Correct. Only 9th grade English.
That's
I think it's a good point. That's a little disjointed. That should go deeper.
Isn't that the reason why, it's not fully implemented in middle school now? Isn't that the reason why it went to 6th grade, and then they'll go to 7th, and then they'll go to 8th? It'll gradually bring these kids along, but yet we're going to flip on the switch for these kids in their last years of high school, their most stressful years when college application is one of the highest stressors.
So So let's take that concern into account and let's think that through and get back with you, because I understand your point. And, you know, the problem is that when you get a kid as a freshman taking geometry, and there's also a 10th grade person in that class taking geometry, like, it's not exactly the same as 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. You know, so we'd have to work through some of those.
But I also think, and something else you said really kind of bothered me about standard-based reporting, is that all schools are doing it differently, right? Like, people are implementing it differently, which means I'm concerned about how does a college, when they're looking at high school students' applications,
Other districts.
Other districts, sorry. Other districts are doing it differently. How does a college differentiate between the different ways this reporting is being implemented? How are they interpreting it?
All of it. Well, it's the same now, right? So what does an A mean in my district compared to an A in someone else's? I think, you know, some of those same challenges persist.
Because the grades are transferred over to an A.
Yeah, and in high school, yeah, we're still transferring the semester grades to a letter grade that would be converted
And the weighted
into a
courses
GPA.
are still weighted the same way. None of that's going to change. They will still have a GPA. What were you saying?
We'll see that in a minute. I think that'll help.
Okay.
Dawn is still
Don't much left.
Please.
It's like partly cloudy. It's like a sun.
Okay, one last question though, is this all power school? What's the system that it comes out? Power school? Okay.
For now. Okay, let's take a very quick couple-minute break and then wrap up. Obviously, we're not going to be done at 9 o'clock, but to try to get back on the agenda somehow. And let Scott, who has waited patiently, have his part of his moment.
What Scott's going to try to talk about here is the fact that whether we're looking at a standards-based reporting system or not, there are current practices that we need to take a look at. And especially between now and whenever we ultimately are able to get the full implementation, and hopefully it'll be according to the original plan, we can't go 2 to 3 years here with students in this quagmire of having some in courses where there's inconsistencies in the way things are approached with how grades are issued, because it's just unhealthy for achievement, and it's not good for kids, period. So Scott is doing some work on trying to make some improvements in our current approaches, while Nikki is trying to work with, you know, getting us to a future landing point. So Scott's going to try to share with you some of the work that's been going on. Some of it is in response to some concerns that have been, you know, addressed earlier in the year as well. So.
Thank you. So in order to maximize time, gain some meaningful feedback, and assess your learning, how about that? Can you use the note card? We're going to do a grow and a grow activity. So this is really more for next steps in planning and making sure that I gain your input. If you could use one side of the note card, whichever one you designate, as a glow, that's, you know, something that you like about what you're about to see, and then the reverse side as a grow, maybe some constructive feedback you have, input, things you would have liked to see or things you want to see in the future. You may need to designate which is the glow and which is the grow to help me infer.
We didn't bring Scott to 8 along today.
No, not at all. Not today. So what you're receiving right now is composed and constructed as a memo, and the opportunity we have here tonight is to just look at some formal proposals for next year's implementation. And what I've tried to do for you within this document is give you a little bit of a view into what is currently in practice, and then what would be proposed for next year's fall implementation. So this is work in progress that can be adjusted and altered. And you'll see up top I did accidentally forget that we will be drifting into the year 2020. I'm still living in like 2016 at this point. So my apologies for that. But a lot of the work you're going to see for next year is meant to be vetted by Thrive D205. So I will move relatively quickly through this and sort of point out what I think are some of the highlights. The first one being is the grading scale. We talked about that a little bit tonight, and what you're going to see as a theme throughout this year and into the next is variety this year for whether or not that is a good thing or not, and standardization into next year and common and aligned practices. And the reason I point out the grading scale is it's a direct reflection of some of the SBR, standards-based work that Nikki had just alluded to and walked through. The special emphasis on some shifts that will be taking place in the middle school regarding the grade point average of F. The reason I draw attention to that is we started the night talking a bit about some of the stress that students are going through and the absolute decimation that can take place in the students' grade point average, a student's morale, and a student's grade recovery when they receive a grade lower than a 50%. So that's something that is being proposed not only in the middle school but also in the high school. When you get to the high school document, which I will show you in a minute, it's going to have a bit of an appendix that goes with it, and I'm passing that out now. And that document is meant to really sort of quench the thirst that has been requested for clarity and focus. And this has been a work in progress that involves input from work leadership, input from some of the York department leaders as well. And the idea being that we would gain more input regarding this document, engage Thrive with it as well, and then start to spend the remainder of this year educating the staff on these common practices. And as Nikki and David mentioned, get this into a handbook in the spring for printing so that there is one message regarding these key topic areas. So what you're seeing in that figure 1, the grading and assessment procedures proposal, is actually meant to be a language that would go into a parent-student handbook, that would go into an agenda handbook that a student would get. Obviously, we could format that with, the beauty of the communications team. But the thinking here is really trying to zero in on what are those focus areas that we have wanted attention on. And it starts with the philosophy overview that York has been working on this year and sort of guiding some of the work related to SBR, but also some of the work related to supporting students. That has not necessarily gone public. That's been more of a teaching tool for the year with the staff. When you look at page 2 of that second document, you'll see a section called out-of-class learning assignments, which is really another word for homework. And the idea here, there's an asterisk that says final proposals for out-of-class learning in grades 6-12 will be vetted by Thrive D205 before presenting to the board. So there's not a proposal here to remove homework in any way. This is more of a direct and clear statement that homework moving forward would be greeted and included with really healthy amounts of feedback. It would be formative in nature and would include things like projects, papers, presentations. I know we talked a little bit about the experience that a student would get in some of the younger years, ironically, and I know I can relate to that in my own family, in which a student would get a packet earlier in the week to finish by the end of the week. And to me, the irony of that is that seems a lot like college, except you just don't do the packet at all. But you have it for the week. But I think my point being that time management is a really necessary skill, and I think that was a really great point. So something similar to that would ideally be flushed out into a document such as this. And this gets really tricky at the high school because we talked about the complexity there, the different dynamics. It is in many ways, a series of different teams and different, almost sort of miniature structures. So we are looking into other schools and seeing what they are using to sort of communicate more regularly as a team. And, you know, if it's difficult to do in 5th grade, it's going to be really difficult to do in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. So that is work in progress as well. So if there's a way to help teachers communicate across the different, you know, content areas in a really big organization. On page 3, you'll see some orange highlighting around time limit that would be established regarding retakes and redos. We are not breaking the ground in this in terms of being the first ones to explore this. This document is constructed not only with the staff members' input, we have pulled ideas and resources and staff from places like Stevenson, District 207, Main Township, looked a little bit at Lyons Township, and 2 others as well. So this is sort of a mix of a lot of those different practices and a lot of the different language. And a lot of people are really wrestling through this right now and trying to figure out, you know, how to really do it best for students. But I think we have the advantage with the Thrive piece already in play, and that we have, you know, a really broad audience that we can, you know, start to vet some of these items with. On that same page, page 3, there's another allusion to the 50-point range with the F at the high school level, which I think would be a big shift, as we talked about, in terms of you know, balancing some of the change that takes place. Also, within that page, on the bottom of page 3, is an overview of standards-based reporting. And in that, you're going to see that it alludes to the difference here between the traditional grading system and the standards-based. This language is an attempt at really articulating what is different about the process in SBR to get at, you know, some of those questions that might exist from teacher to teacher. And the idea here being that we have a reference point for the teachers early on before they get too far into the learning, so that they really can be grounded in their explanations. There's also the timeline that Nikki had walked through, broadly just listed there with the 5 courses that have been piloting this work, and then breaking it out into the writing, the assessment, so on. On the last page, page 5, is what I was alluding to with Courtney in terms of the traditional grade and how at the high school level, the current proficiency scores, the idea is that those scores would eventually be calculated out into a traditional grade. That's currently how it is being worked out in terms of those 5 courses that are piloting. You know, to whether or not that stays, you know, that is a whole other conversation. But I just wanted to sort of open it up, reemphasize the note card, because I was told I have only 5 minutes repeatedly. But if there are like questions, initial, you know, really earnest comments that you want to share, I'm all ears. If you want to talk offline, we can do that too. I just want to say thanks for the patience with this. I know that there were some early requests for these answers really quick, and I think those were fair requests to make. We've just been really trying to engage the school to make sure that whatever outcomes we arrive at, that it is crystal clear, and that it happens in the fall, and it's in the handbook, so that it's referenced and written down really clearly.
There are other questions on the last page. Kind of to see, if you look at the proficiency scores and the grade on the report card, does this include all of these previous page implementation, like retakes, that sort of thing?
It could and would, but this would only be for those courses that are standards-based. So that the last section there, like the bottom of page 3 and onward, those are only for any course that's doing standards-based reporting.
But I thought we were looking to have everything standard-based.
Down the line, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, so this is the start the process, okay.
So,
even,
oh, go ahead, keep going, I thought you were done, go ahead.
No, because what I'm trying to understand is, so if there is, do I understand this correct? If I'm looking at this proficiency score, and I'm at the second to the bottom line, I think it is, a rating of 1 on any standard, no, the one where if I don't get a standard, I can't get a good grade. that's how I read this.
Right, so that's where the relearning opportunities would come into play. That's a great point, yes.
So how did that play a part? Because by reading it without asking the question and getting clarification, I'm like, if I miss one concept, I'm done. Stress, anxiety.
Right, so that's not the way it works in standards-based systems. So let me explain the retake thing. The reason the retake thing is in there is that people were giving kids opportunity to do extra credit. And then they would get their grade up. But the extra credit oftentimes was for stuff that wasn't even academic related. But even if it, so then we said, okay, you can't do that until we get a new system. If you're going to give extra credit, it at least has to be related to the curriculum. But the thing is, if you're going to give the people the opportunity, why not have them demonstrate that they actually master the standard you wanted them to learn in the first place instead of just doing some extra work to get some more points? So in a standards-based system, like redos and retakes are inherent in the entire process because it's what you know at the end of the course. And so, Nikki, can you understand how, or give a real quick explanation how our teachers collect evidence? Sort of like the preponderance of evidence, so that it's not like
Sure. So they
getting a 1 in the state, like her question, how to resolve her question there.
So let's say there's 5 ELA standards that a student needs to demonstrate proficiency on over a semester. It doesn't mean they get a 1 on one assignment in one standard. It means that when we look at the 5, have they gotten a 1? So it's not based off of individual assessments or individual assignments.
So they may have 8 or 10 different things that they collect over the course of the semester that demonstrate proficiency for one standard.
One of 5, in your example.
Right. So for a kid to get a 1, it's not like they're just bombing one test.
Or one concept. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Because sometimes you just miss some.
But the idea is that they would have multiple opportunities at that concept. So it runs counter to the worry that you're expressing, which is a good one. The idea is that they would have more opportunities to demonstrate that learning within that system, which is the drift.
Can I just ask about the relearning portion? Because the point is that they've learned the standards, right? So the point of, and I really like that this is going to be written out in the handbook and that it's going to be working off the same grid. But I just, so the retakes are so that they have the opportunity to relearn that point that they may have missed. So if they've gone through what they need to go through and they usually have to meet with the teacher, they have to make sure they've done all their homework, they have to do something to show that they are ready to do a retake. So first of all, why is it that if they retake the assessment and earn a lower grade, then the lower grade will stand?
Yeah, that's a great point. So that was pulled from 2 other districts. And the reason being, we want to make sure that if students are retaking an assessment, that they're taking it seriously, and also that it's not just becoming sort of a game to not either study for that particular second opportunity or that they're just retaking everything along the way, and it's creating even more stress. So we want to make sure that if they're retaking something, that they're devoting their time to it.
But is that a new test? I'm sorry if I can just expand it. So it's a new test. It's not taking what they have already taken.
Correct.
So what if that new test is just a lot harder, unintentionally, but just a lot harder?
Well, I think that's where the learning comes in and taking the time to do this right. Part of what they're doing when they're doing the development as a staff is they're actually writing out what those assessments may look like and they're calibrating with the grading on that. So ideally, we extinguish and don't have those opportunities or those moments. And I think what really needs to happen is when they take that relearning opportunity, it needs to be drilling down into that actual standard. And I think that's where the focus needs to be. So the idea isn't necessarily that Scott didn't do well on the actual exam, we just sort of grab another one off the shelf. It's more, what didn't he do well on, and how can we actually drill into relearning into that?
So if a test or an assessment was on 5 standards, and a student only did not perform well on one, the retest
Yeah.
would not be on all 5 again, it would only be on the one?
Yes, yes, that's where we want to be.
I mean, I get that perfect world scenario, but as a parent, I hear so often that, I mean, you would hope that a kid does all the homework and understands the homework. That should mean that kid would do well on the test. Sure. But too often, the test has sections that have nothing to do with the homework. And I can cite you examples where the teacher says, don't worry about this section, it won't be on the test, and then it is.
Right.
And that goes on every day at York High School.
Well, you add elements of like test anxiety, and the complications that can create. So the thinking here is really kind of drifting more into the standards themselves, making sure that we have rich assignments and that it's projects and activities that are meaningful. And it gets back to the earlier comment about homework because of doing good. The same thing with our assessments. We want to make sure that those are really aligned as well.
I mean, for the first or second year, that's a little too pie in the sky for me.
Sure.
I would think in at least those first few years, until each of those departments can prove differently, I'd prefer to give the kid a chance and record the higher of the 2 grades.
Well, Scott, what I was going to say is that what I'm hearing in the courses that are already doing this, have this policy, that kids are afraid to retake the test because it's too much of a risk that they might not do as well if the test is harder. So they're like, forget it, I'll just keep what I have and not giving it rather than, it's my fear when this.
I'm actually glad that this came up because when I read through this, my eyes read over that and I thought you were saying that the original test stands, not the retake. I think that addresses an adult teacher concern about not wanting to have to do more work, not a learning concern.
I think it's almost a penalty for retaking a test.
Well, I think the aim of it would be to avoid option 3, or like free option behavior. But I agree with Jim, it seems like you should start with that, and then if we see a lot of free option behavior, then we can tune it up the other way.
And I think
best to start with, let's see how.
Or at least until you can prove that all those follow-on assessments are
the same.
playing field.
Yeah.
Well, and it's
That's
not,
an additional issue.
it's easy, in the beginning, it was my concern that retakes would be happening all the time and that everybody, but it's really not possible to do that. Like, watching my kids at least, I mean, you're already moving on to the next concept. Nobody really wants to go back.
And you gotta go in at like 6:30 in the morning to take a test.
You have to jump through. You have to go through a process. The teacher, you have to meet the teacher, you have to show the teacher you've done all the homework, you have to, so it's not like you can just pop in and take the test. So my second part of my question is, if a student shows that they have tried to go through the process, relearn it, study for the test and take it again, and they don't do better, then what happens at that point? Like, what kind of an intervention would happen? Obviously, there's something that's just not clicking there. So how would that, how would they use that?
Yeah, that's a great conversation that I hope to present more on in February related to our MTSS system. And when we talk about opportunity costs, that would be a great time to engage on that.
Thank you.
Yes, can I go, you mentioned, and I like, so that's when I like the research that you went, how you got this and you got the information, how you pull all these pieces together. Where did that particular concept about the retake come from?
Yeah, that's in 207, so it's Maine Township has that in their procedures.
And how long have they had that process in place?
They're in a similar boat. They have about a piloting system, so they're probably, I don't want to, hold me to this, but probably second or third year.
So not a lot of experience.
I do think we need to give the students the benefit of the doubt, the ones that are retaking, that they have put in so much work to come back to retake that test, as opposed to assuming that people are just going to be doing it just to try. but like you said, like if we do see that pattern, then come back and readdress it. But I do think that's adding more stress than nobody's going to try, right? People won't even make the effort to come back in and give it another shot.
Can I go back to page 5 for a second? So if there's 5 learning standards, and on 4 of them, I have scored a 4, but on 1 of them, I've scored a 1, I get a D in the course. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right now. I
Wow.
hope you understand all these math classes
Wow.
and economics.
That's harsh.
I'm pretty harsh.
So I think that Nikki has some level of disagreement with that she has expressed, and so this is not the way it always has to be. This is the way it is right now because that was what the original founders, agreed to. But I think you would feel better about that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or that it has to stay, but I think you would feel better about that if you saw the proficiency scale and saw what the 1 actually was versus a 2 versus a 3. If you're talking about an end of course grade, nobody should ever really get a 1.
Very few.
So can you come back to us then with some tangible, like, examples? So,
Sure.
and then, so it can show what.
And I also have a question. I feel, and I'm not trying to be sarcastic, I just want to be super clear about that. We started this in 2017, 2018. And I'm feeling like this is like the first real time that we've talked. Have you had any background on standards-based reporting?
Zero.
I'm just curious how, I'm just wondering, because yes, okay. I don't know how to articulate what I'm trying to say. I feel like we've got some back work that we need to do.
Well,
We saw some when the elementary rolled up, but that's people.
But I was just going to say, you have 3 brand new board members.
Okay,
So
that could be.
we weren't involved in the process of bringing standard-based reporting into this kind.
So I think like a tutorial and, somebody's.
But I do think it's a valid point, right? Any test, if there's 4 subject matters in a test and you bomb one area, you're not getting a D on that test.
These are all tests though. Projects.
Well, true, but again, people are transposing this into their frame of reference, which is traditional grades with traditional averaging. Right. And so that's where I think Nikki's going with, let's get some more refined information out in front of people so that they can get their head wrapped
So
around
I
it.
think, when we can talk about focusing on that.
I mean, it sounds like a contextual thing that I think once we see it, we
Yeah.
get it. But maybe the overarching philosophy that maybe we're trying to convey is in the beginning stages, as we're working the bugs out, and there's going to be bugs, and we expect there will be, and nobody's going to be held to a standard that there can be no bugs. Let's just make sure we don't disadvantage any of our kids.
That is almost the exact language that I use.
Perfect. And as long as we give them the benefit of the doubt, let's not make them pay for unintended consequences of errors we didn't intend to make.
Agreed.
Just really quick, can you just add to your own notes? Can you somewhere address extra credit?
There won't be any.
There's just none.
They have
none
retakes.
whatsoever.
They have retakes. They have the opportunity.
So then are we going to revisit that? Is there more to a grade or standard than just tests?
There always was more to their final grade than just tests. That was a miscommunication that resulted from a misunderstanding that is, it's unfortunate that occurred. Obviously all of us have been very upset ever since, but that was never ever part of any conversation we had going back to last year about taking a look at grading practices at the high school. I honestly don't know where that came from.
So page 2 up top, we did include a line in there to your point to make sure it's in writing that states that assessments in the form of tests and quizzes do not serve as the only means for students to demonstrate their grading scale for each course and actually student grades until other data points other than test records. Now that
So projects and papers.
Yeah, and each standard we're trying to collect
presentations will all factor into
Education.
And that will be laid out in the course syllabus?
Well, yes, that actually is where, yeah.
So I thought maybe I was off the hook for presenting next month, but I'm sensing maybe not.
You might be back. Okay.
But wait, Ariana, what did you say?
Each standard, it's not just one grade. Like for every standard throughout the course of the semester, we're collecting a minimum 3 to 5 pieces of evidence. And it's not just tests and quizzes. It could be a project or an assignment or an activity or a group thing or a discussion. Any way that the student can show the teacher that they're doing that, we're collecting a multitude of evidence throughout the semester. So that end of standard grade is based off of a number of pieces of student evidence that demonstrates where they are. So it is very rare that you're going to have a student get ones across the board on one standard without having.
How is it translated and reported back to the student? Like, how did they know?
It goes into the grade book as like, oh, on this activity you got a 3, and on this quiz you got a 3, and on this project you got a 4. And so then this little chart at the end is what helps at the end. You take all of that evidence, and then at the end of the semester, you're seeing, okay, where are they at with their learning standards?
Across all of the standards.
Across
This
all
is
of it.
Fourth grade, not
Exactly.
Not an individual
And it
grade.
can be overridden at the end of the semester by the teacher.
And you're out.
If your scenario were to happen, the teacher can say, this student has yeah.
Why? What? Why would there be an exception?
I think that gets in.
Sure.
Let's,
sorry.
I just wanted you to be aware that it's not just like all to like 5 tests and that's your grade.
All right.
Can I collect your feedback if you have it?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
And then
your help.
what, probably what.
All right, so what we have here is so if we take a look at the idea of life readiness and a comprehensive approach to being able to determine what a student can know and do that is not solely reliant on one single annual standardized lagging measure of achievement, which those annual standardized tests do serve a certain purpose. And if you saw the information I gave on what balanced assessment means, there is a purpose to those. But the type of assessment that drives classroom decision-making in real time is the formative assessment and the classroom assessments. And so what the directors did is they wanted to come up with an activity for you to just kind of get a feel for what we're currently doing in our assessment system. So I'm just going to let them take that away at this point.
Okay.
You go start them out.
Yeah, so we thought we would get you up and moving. We have groups that we're breaking you into. Here, will you take one and pass it around? So we have, in the memo that Dr. Moyer gave you, you learned about 3 different assessment types. So when you see your group come around, you're either in group 1, 2, 3, or 4, and that's where you'll start at the table back here, and there'll be directors kind of guiding your thinking at each table. So we're showing you real examples of each of 3 tables of each of the assessment types. So can everybody see your group? And then we'll give you more information about where to go.
So these actually, the teacher actually assigned these.
And or
Kids actually do, this is all depending on what grade. That's why it looks kind of messy. It looks like maybe kindergarten is drawing it, but they're actually doing and these are different examples of different levels of assessment. Assessments we might use for standardized grading. This is what information you learn from this these are, I mean, I've got them.
Right,
These are
How we look at whether we're moving
indicator. Sorry, Margaret. Put a mattress
Especially
on
these-
Right.
And using that to guide them, right?
Get a student response.
It also is giving them
Back really
evidence
quickly.
for standards-based reporting. Like if you look here, some of them have like, so this is 3D. And then also they're reporting a standard 3D. Yes, and so like this student is showing that maybe there are 2 right now in that room. Teacher knows I have to do 2 or
I can summarize it myself as a teacher, what was sort of the misconception.
The teachers learn to stand.
Now I know that
That very
these
first year of
kids are pull back
one of
the
the
table,
first
we're
things they
going
do
to
in
go
the
over
first
this
trimester is
thing
get together with
so
the
what
board
does
level
how
and
you're
student work. And sit down
Those are student
I was at AP, we were in there.
comments on the page,
I got a chance to see people sitting down with their students assessment. This is a tool, building a shared understanding.
That's
of
2
what-
minutes.
And all of the teachers at every level with all of the students did, and they all agreed to that. Yeah. I remember.
To
So
get
the
that
big
in a later
idea here is that the teachers and this data.
Thank you. Let's just rotate this way.
How does it really go?
Oh, sorry, this right there.
These two are maybe together.
These 2 are together because these are 3D.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. All right. I like that.
Wait, which way did you go?
Yep, this way. You guys come Next group started.
Sure.
So what we wanted to share with you is this is what we call an informal level. So it's more of an institutional level. Our examples are the Illinois Assessment Readiness, informative ballpark, data. That's what we do in elementary. And then you've got your SAT community level for graders. So when we look at the information that we're able to gain from a type of ongoing okay, it's comparative.
So these are actually done on the Chromebook.
It's nationally struggling.
On the
It's
Chromebook.
given one
They
time
have
a year
the
for
graph
IAR
and
and for the
actually touch the
CSA.
Chromebook to
The feedback we got isn't for, if you look at this, the IAR, we usually get a
level 1, level 2,
right? And they take it in April. So you don't get it to the
These are standards aligned.
The PSAT or the SAT you get 6 to 8 weeks later. So instructionally, they're struggling. We lag much of this data in our instruction, in our classroom.
And these over here are actually their topic check-ins,
Right.
which are
So that's
maybe
kind of
like
what a type 1
4 days worth of instruction. It's like
form.
kind of a little bit of a summative at the end of a couple
But
days.
instruction in our classrooms,
Like
in
consideration.
the moment, type 1 assessment.
But it's also a range.
And it is a key performance indicator, you said earlier, so it's judges our outcomes and how our students are doing. So, you know, for elementary, 8th grade is the IAR, and then now students will be required to do that.
These are analysis, these are goals.
And sophomore, and but again, we're not getting that information back.
But they're very good ways, like
months later. So then, right, now you can get back to like SBR, what do we need to do in the district is try to analyze and see what they're asking our students to do, and then we will get
something like this.
with more of an ongoing
I like what Dr. Boyer said, while you're on the standards that are kind of.
The ones that meet one person, and I'm figuring out based on
Right, that's more of what's happening on a daily basis.
what am I
Feedback is type 3, then type 2 is a bigger picture than that. One is later. And that's what I'm like,
Did you hear from us? Right, exactly. All right.
So class A assessments are IAR data, and you have SAT data. So this is what I'm doing, like the module assessments for the end of the
it's individualized to the student.
So this would be something after students complete chapter.
Local norms, it is a key performance instruction that means that it allows us to know
and what's really nice series of kind of outcomes that the state wants us to looking at, for example, this one, I'm reading.
Going to report, they get to us, they're not immediate, they get to us typically about 3 months later, and then the SAT is usually about 8 weeks after the as a freshman, the student has to take the SAT 9, sophomore 10, and then junior year, the SAT, those are the prepared now for last year, the whole suite is now required. And then the IAR, the students are taking it Thursday, 8th grade. So we are receiving these annually, we're receiving them after students are already
Put in their grade book in terms of like adding up over time.
but it tells us that the benchmark, how students are doing, and then of course it's important for state reporting.
It also allows the teacher to
So instructional in the classroom, it doesn't necessarily
so as the teacher is getting the feedback, this would be an example of maybe
But when we're starting to work with the standards,
afterward, maybe
those kids that we're reporting.
and it allows the teacher to really organize what they're doing.
Not just repeat it, but change it overall. Where are
I'm looking at my twos, like the pattern.
Or in Mrs. Jones' class, they're all getting threes, and Miss Hammond's class, they're doing ones. Hey, can we hear those teachers, what are you doing to teach us that they're understanding that?
Yeah, here's my three, so here's the question is, I need to put this level, or we're gonna.
So as we're determining how we're writing our curriculum for students, we're looking at the standards that are the most common in the IAR.
Writing
And then college writing standards, we're using those to design what we're
maybe
reporting.
actually
Because I was going to say, that's not just us. I mean, I would love that, because that really does give the maybe not, they don't know it, the IAR, they know what grade level, but they do know, as a junior, I want to achieve more on the SAT because I want to get into the college of my choice. So we're working now with high school to really align that backward design of what does the SAT require for you to know, and how do we incorporate
Well, and that's why student talk is so important. And that's why some.
But even if you're not using it at a PLC level, you use it at a teacher level, which is more than what you can do.
It'd be like phase one now, you know, including that with what we're doing. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Right.
Yeah.
So, all right, so in terms of what we're proposing, that we'd like to think about and get some sanction to explore moving forward, is that when we talked about social media, we talked about branding and other things like that that we've mentioned at times. We want to take control of our story. And we don't want the national media and other things like that trying to tell the story of what's going on in our district. And so many districts have taken that approach. And one of the things that some of you may have heard us talking about, and this is kind of an extension of that conversation that started a couple years ago, is the national work that was being done with what was called Redefining Ready. And the idea that, and that coincided with the new ESSA laws that had to do with being able to have multiple different types of indicators that show what your kids can do and not be solely reliant on one test score. So there's two concepts. One's called the data dashboard, and Kara and Bev went to a workshop on that. And that could be part of a revised KPI system. It could be part of a balanced assessment system. It could be part of reporting the 6 C's. It could be part of doing a lot of different things. We would probably develop that dashboard in conjunction with what we call, or consistent with what we would call, the idea of a portrait of a graduate. So what we'd like to close with is share with you what those ideas look like and give you some examples of what a lot of our similar type districts are doing in terms of creating this concept of portrait of a graduate, and see if you think that has some promise, and maybe some promise of tying that to the Thrive D205 work as part of some of the ongoing community engagement that we might do.
Some documents are coming around for you to peruse at your leisure. They are color-coded. Blue means free, green means cost. Okay. So that's the easy way to do that. But Karen and I took a field trip to ECRA, which is a consulting group or education consulting research analytics group in Schaumburg. And the idea of a dashboard is not necessarily new, but the idea that they can pull all types of information into one place and make it in a user-friendly, brand-friendly, community-friendly type of way, this is what they specialize in. And certainly the ability to track your goals, the ability to do that at the district level, across the board, and then also, again, if you go down into that green tiered sheet, to a student profile. So those two pieces are there. If you flip over on the blue sheet, you can kind of see what those tiles look like in terms of student success. It's the community according to its values, the district according to its values, saying what is important to us. I think Karen was the one who raised that question earlier. What do we want the community to know about our schools? And you're able to pull that kind of data out of there. One of the burdens, if you do this type of project, yes, it's user-friendly, yes, it's wonderful, but we have to narrow in on what we want that data to be and how often will we keep that up. So while ECRA, in this particular form, the strategic dashboard is free to us, I believe we already have access to it and can use it. It would be a matter of just pulling into our current system the link and creating a page and redirecting to it. Again, changing that mindset that was mentioned earlier is one piece. Again, deciding what kind of data you want there to tell that story. And then three, making sure that the community has access to it and that we're regularly incorporating it and it just doesn't become, I said this in my interview, a museum of facts somewhere. It just gets dusty and Ms. Havisham in some ways. Great expectations. So this is a tool that I think certainly can be used. We also may be able to duplicate it on our own through our own website. We have a lot more capability in this newer product that we have, but it's something worth considering. How do we tell our own story? What do we want that to look like? And how does that match with the common values of the community?
So Scott's going to give you some examples of some similar types of things that some school districts have done, including Indian Prairie, Glenbard, many of our nearby suburban schools.
All right, so I learned this website from this really smart gentleman. It's called the Mentimeter. And what I'm going to ask you to do is if you could use your smartphone, so we get a little technological here, and you go to menti.com, menti.com, and you type in the code 129601. It should work. Let's go. And the Do Now activity today is what are the hopes, dreams, and aspirations you have for our students in the future? So you have 3 words that you could enter in as an option. Working for anybody?
Yeah.
Mine is working.
There we go. All right.
No, mine did the same thing, Jill.
1296.
No.
So it's just Menti, menti.com.
Looking for a username and password.
Right, mine too. I don't know why. I'm getting the same page as
So
you.
you're on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah, you're not logged into the line.
What? I should be. I'm always logged
can't get into Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi on?
No, we don't allow against that. Figured that out.
Somebody wrote one over.
Turn off your Wi-Fi.
Right, turn your Wi-Fi off and use your data.
Oh, I'm like, whatever.
We've got 6 people.
Well done, well done.
Awesome.
They can use anything. Yeah.
Did you write whatever?
Oh, that's
No,
funny.
that was Chris.
It's getting smaller though, because I don't think it's because nobody's using it.
Okay, so
That's big news.
that's all right. That's all right. He's there. Talk through it as we're still listening in there. So we have emotionally stable, path toward choices, encouraged, well-rounded, balanced, ready, thinker, success as they define it, confident, attainment, no limits, whatever, engaged, happy, independent, and healthy. So I'm going to let those words just kind of seep in for a minute as we sort of reflect and synthesize on some of the commentary tonight on comments I've heard, things like where are we going, who are we, and how do we measure success, and what do we want for our students, and also thinking about how do we get there for them, and how do we bring them there. So really powerful words. I'll take a snapshot of that, but I want to move forward into the presentation itself.
Depends on what you define happy as.
So just as a disclaimer, this is just a process overview. This is not advocacy. I'm just presenting the concept for you as a portrait, so you are well educated on the concept and can, sort of give feedback and make determinations as a result of what you hear tonight. So this is our visual that you've seen before regarding our district and our focus on the rigor and relevance and the different levels of support to get our students in and through with the 6 C's to achieve the vision of all students graduating college, career, and life ready. The portrait of a graduate is defined right there in a very thorough way, and even using the word thorough. And the key words here that I point out is the community process. And another key word in there is that you're really prioritizing the word competency. One of the things that a portrait is going to do, and that you'll see in some examples, is it's actually going to define those competencies. So describing and actually zeroing in on what a particular value or belief might mean for the community, and doing so in a way that people can reference it and have a shared understanding of what it might be. So these are a couple of key themes, and I'm going to move quickly. This is the most wordy of the slides. It's a process, and it involves broad community engagement, going into the community, similar to, not to give any of you PTSD, but a referendum process, or the Focus 205 work. It's community engagement around shared aspirations. I talked about the definitions of competencies. The word North Star is oftentimes used in terms of how this can help a district or an organization get through transformation. It can have elements of symbolism involved, and it can align to operational and/or strategic plans. And then the last word, which I think is ironic, and the fact that we already talked this way, is it's very future focused. I'm going to give you an example. This is from Indian Prairie that we talked about earlier. It's about 3 minutes.
Our students need so that they'll be ready for college,
Okay, so that's Indian Prairie's example. You're going to see a few more in a minute here. And they've drilled down using the community outreach process that they went through into those keywords. Those are their competencies that we talked about earlier. And then they go on further to define those. The sample design process that many of the schools have taken that have gone through this portrait process, which oftentimes can be called different things. Certain schools will call it a profile of a graduate. Certain students will call it, an outcome, if you will. But really what schools seem to be going through is a 4-series structure spaced out around planning, activating, creating the actual portrait itself, and then adopting. And the reason I wanted to show this to you was when I initially was researching this and learning about it, I thought that third step would be the whole thing. You get together, you create, come up with a symbolic visual, and you roll it out. But you'll see that's really just a piece of, it's a quarter of it. Really a lot of it is the planning and the actual activation of the community. So I think that really is what is most important in this process is the broad engagement that takes place. So the phases here, I'm not going to walk through it too granular with you. You have it there, and I actually will pass these out too if you need them for a reference point along the way. But they're spelled out and are really coming from the same space that each school seems to have gone through in a different capacity. The creation stage can look different in different areas, of course. The visual obviously is a key component to this, and the fact that the feedback is being collected from the community. What I think is really interesting is that we have really similar work in place with the Thrive D205 efforts in terms of an actual group of community-based people. The similar work with 204, they have a very unique and aligned, I guess, group of stakeholders, you could say, as we do, in terms of physicians from the community, more spiritual or faith-based organizations involved, chamber members, things related to that. The feedback can be gathered through surveys, it can be gathered through focus groups. That varies from location to location. And then that phase 4 is the actual adoption of that. And again, you'll see that word North Star come up a lot in terms of the helpful point for districts or schools going through any sort of change. This is just a sample sequence. I think District 204 used something similar to this. When I asked different schools, and I sent a message out asking different districts what process they took, most seemed to take in the same one with anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks spaced out within those meetings. Some were a little more rapid in the sequence than others. But you'll see the whole first 75% of this is community feedback and engagement. And then obviously communicating that along the way. And I think that's part of the process of sharing that out with people as it goes. Glenbrook Township has included this as part of their actual board strategic plan. So you'll see this is not their profile, but their actual profile is a piece of their broader strategic plan. And then they drill into that actual profile by going through a similar process as Indian Prairie did and coming up with these words. But as we talked about earlier with the competencies being defined, they then have an accompanying document and an accompanying location on their website in which you can define and understand what it means for a student to be self-powered when they graduate. What does it mean to value communication and critical thinking? And the same for things like embracing diversity, being creative and collaborative.
And I would suggest, too, that if we get into this, there are organizations where a lot of these terms have been fleshed out. It's a matter of getting the community to agree and make it yours, so you're not necessarily reinventing, every single aspect of this.
These are just some of the artifacts that were shared back to me from different stakeholders that were asked, and they were really proud of them. It's just really neat to see people jump on the opportunity to kind of brag a little bit about the work that they've done with this, and they obviously, seem to feel like it's been an authentic process as well. District 211 has an online dashboard that goes into similar elements to ECRA, but a little bit more of the personalized learning platform that was, I think that was the paid option, if you will, or the costly one.
Green, yes.
This is an organization out of Pennsylvania that we engaged with. Dr. Moyer had met them at Model Schools. They were going through sort of trying to find credentials related to their profile and having a future-ready or life-ready graduate that actually has some sort of like almost like a badge system, if you will, in which they attain a status after they meet some of those criteria along the way. We did a conference call with them, and we're going to keep the communication going, which was really great to talk to someone in a different location, going through a lot of the same procedures. District 207 has something similar. They focus on the learner, the learning, and learning environment, and they've sort of drilled that down as well and defined those further on their website. This is not local, but I thought it was visually appealing, and I thought it was a nice way of just sort of consolidating a lot of the information into one space. Similar to this is an Andover. Again, just sort of keeping things in a really concise, focused location. I got a lot of their targeted areas related to some of the conversations we've had as well. And then possible resources. So Portrait of a Graduate actually has different portrait examples. They also provide an actual facilitation service. So you'll see maybe in the 204 video, if you caught it, a lot of the resources and the documents that they're working through in their engagement sessions, those are provided from portraitofagraduate.org. Redefining Ready came up a few minutes ago. That has another series of metrics and frameworks that might, relate to this in terms of redefining the conversation about what is the outcome that we are seeking for our students. And then the last organization is similar to Portrait of a Graduate, and that's Patel for Kids, which is sort of formerly known as P21, and that has really strong visuals related to sort of work and life readiness for 21st century student success. Any questions, thoughts, anything related to that?
I had a few thoughts. So I feel like I'm swimming in key phrases. So if we did this, we would have Portrait of Graduate, we would have the 6 C's, we have that up there, we would have future focus, we have, so like, we have 2 main things. So at a minimum, if we do this, and I'm not convinced we should we delete all of the other ones and then just have like one would be good. And then here, I feel like it's duplicated, and I'm not sure how it helps our struggling kids learn better. So like it looks nice, and maybe we could integrate some of it into like our annual report that was really nice that just went out and we could talk about that. But I assume the 6 C's was in response to what our community prioritizes, right? And so it feels like, didn't we already do this?
Well, so what's the best way for me to try to respond to that is that it is true that when you talk about 6 C's and you talk about some of these other things, that there are different things that are floating out there. The real value to this, as I see it, is to bring those together so that we can then, when we talk about our reporting system of KPIs, we can be reporting out to both the board and the community and developing measurement systems based around what we say we value so that we can bring this work together and get people to develop kind of a common understanding of it. So I wouldn't want to see it as a parallel track. I want to see it as a vehicle to bring some of these things together, to bring the idea of how do you have a high-quality, high-performing district and balance that with the social-emotional wellness of kids and, value true life readiness and true 6 C's competencies with, have something that you can demonstrate learning and growth that doesn't leave you subject to, just, some of these other single measures. So to me, it's more of an attempt to bring the work together and make sense of it and sort of authenticate the work so that it isn't so esoteric, but it is more meaningful and real to what we say is what we want our children's experiences to be about. So,
so we kind of replace all of the other ones then?
well, it would bring them together. I mean, right now, we say that we value the 6 Cs, but we haven't operationalized, our teachers say, are aware that we want to see those types of learning experiences reflected in the classroom, but we have no measurement system to verify that kids are developing those competencies. We're only saying that we think they're important. And, so that's kind of one example of.
But isn't it with what we just said with standards?
Yeah, we do have some
Standards of what we
process
want to
standards
learn.
that address some of the kind of like communication is certainly embedded in many of our standards.
Yeah.
Collaboration is in fact a process standard. So I think that we do have some aspects of that.
So that's what I'm thinking, because otherwise then we gotta measure this too. And I guess my take, I'm sorry, I think it's so many things. I think it just is overloaded. I'm overloaded. I can't imagine people working on it. I'm exhausted for you people. And then it's the people in the classroom that have to do it all. I don't know. I just don't, if I see the linkages, I see everything linked together and how you're doing all of the pieces together, maybe I can be convinced. Otherwise, I'm always having to figure out how is it linked, how is it linked, how is it linked.
I think a big part of this too, like we use Naviance, and a lot of this is represented in Naviance.
Yeah.
So how students are just a bigger picture of who they are as a whole. So the things that they're doing to contribute to the community, the volunteer opportunities that they have, maybe the different interest surveys that they take, or the data that we get back from like their PSAT and SAT pre-assessment data, what their career paths are. All of that would kind of be part of that portrait as well. So some of that's already being done. It's just that now how do we bring all of that together to really represent the student as a whole, so that when they're applying to colleges, that can be part of their whole, portfolio of who they are. All of their letters, their hours of, volunteer work, or maybe job shadowing, doing, different types of internship opportunities, things like that.
So that makes sense to me, but I just, if we're doing it, can we organically bring it out to this place instead of this place and take it in? I guess that's what I'm seeing.
I can see how if you have the community involved in developing this and they're expressing what is important to them and working together, then when we put things in place that fall under these things, it helps to explain to them, this is why, these are the things that our community finds important. So this is why we're going to implement this, because it's going to fulfill this that we want to see in our students. So I think that I could see how this could, although it seems like a lot, like how this could kind of bring all of that together and help us explain the why part of what we're doing in all different areas and have it all kind of be in one place, so that then when we're telling the story and people go to our website, they can see all the different things that we're doing and how it all ties together. So for me, this actually organizes all of those extraneous parts better, but I do like what you're saying about then have a measurement of how we're going to incorporate those things and how are we going to make sure that our students have, those skills and that sort of thing. So
does that mean we're going to measure whether people have good character? Some of the terms on there were super broad. I was I want all the kids to have great character too. How are we going to measure that? Self-empowerment, respects other people, and those are all great things. But we already have that. That's part of my point.
Do we?
Yeah.
That's part, the...
How do we know we have that?
Well, I'm saying, we have the 6 Cs.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of overlap there. So maybe we should delete those and do this, or not do this, and instead actually implement that, or...
Right.
Like I said, I feel like I'm swimming in, catchphrases a little bit. And I don't know how that helps our kids learn better.
Well, I believe there's two parts of this. The one, if you go back to the 204 thing that they put together, is there a reason we want to spend the time to engage a broader part of the community in developing this and taking the time to do that? Is there a reason that we want to do that?
At this time.
At
That's all
this
I'm
time,
saying.
right.
At this time is all I'm saying.
I mean, otherwise, if you're looking for something to pass out, I'd just take 204s, rearrange the words, mint them on a coin with 205 in the middle, and kind of call it a day.
Well, if we don't want to move in this direction, then we don't need to do that. But if we don't move in this direction, then we're going to be at the mercy of Great Skills and Niche and U.S. News and World Report, and then every time those rankings come out, we're going to have to justify.
Wait, why do you say that? Why do you
We're
say
going to be at their mercy anyway, because when people like Chris say, I just had my third kid, and I just looked at the price of private school in Chicago, and I'm thinking of moving west. Let me do a quick Google search. They're not looking on that little coin. They're looking at great schools in U.S. News, and we're subject to them, unfortunately, anyway.
Well, we're also going to end up with all of our KPIs being all of these traditional measures on type 1 annual lagging standardized assessment. So we will not have a way to demonstrate a holistic picture of what our kids leave the system with. And that's okay, because if people feel that what we have is what we want, then that's fine. But it's also, if those are the only things that we're reporting on, then the different things that we're talking about reflecting true life readiness and true life skills with thinking versus playing the school game, a lot of those are not always reflected in the traditional reporting measures. So that's all we're saying, and that's the main reason why many of these districts are trying to develop some type of an opportunity to show a more comprehensive picture of what goes on in their district.
Well, yeah, I think the other half of this is, this Bradley Walsh kid. That kind of looks like the beginning of a resume. And I don't think we need to be paying ECRA to put that together, but maybe what we do freshman year, where we take half of their lunch period, maybe we can orient these kids to start thinking about building their life resume through 12th grade. We look at the World Economic Organization, and they're pointing out all these skills they think.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do, and that's exactly what the ECRA portal is designed to.
And I think our kids are going to learn a lot of those skills in extracurricular activities. So if we can give those kids time to participate in extracurricular activities, get the most out of them they can, and then give them the articulation capability to put them on a sheet of paper and to send that off with their high school transcript, I think we've done our kids a favor.
Or they're going to learn some of those skills from their family outside of our purview.
Yes.
Which is probably where
and that's outside of our control, so we can't spend a lot of time on that.
I'm going to be open-minded if you guys have a lot of conviction that we need to do it, so I'll budge if, but just think about it. It would be my feedback. Think about what I said, that it's like, there's all these different things out there. I'm a little confused. And then we'll,
So I'm going to go back to what Beth said, because to me, that's what the 6 C's, we have it, but the community didn't come up with that. We never asked the community who we thought we should be, and never is an exaggeration. But the community didn't say 6 C's. The community didn't say the learning community. The community never said that's who we should be. the community did say we were future focused.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But that's just one word. I didn't know. Right. So we just trying to pull together all the things that I'm counting the board in here. The administration said we should be, as well as really listening to what our community says that we want to be. And maybe pulling those together so we can have a more congruent picture of who we are. So our words and our actions can be more in step and in alignment, and we have a message to give out there. And to me, that's what this is. To me, that's the value of this. It's like congruency.
And working together with the community so that when we are putting these things in place, we get more partnership and we understand the baseline reasoning behind why we're investigating those different things.
Yeah, understanding. We talked about this the whole time. We think we know something, and because we're close to it, and 85% of the people out there haven't a clue what we're talking about. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge. So how do we continue? We're never going to get 100%. How do we shrink that group down so people have a clue and understanding what the school district is and what we're trying to accomplish?
And I do think some of these things like this Indian Prairie, like creativity and innovation, those are things that we're doing. Communication, I think that's something that, I know my kids could work on. Citizenship, critical thinking, problem solving. I mean, I do think these are things that can be incorporated in the classroom, extracurricular activities and clubs, and I think some of the other words and some of them are a little more, hard to measure or pin down, but, depending on what you choose, I do think that, and you tell me, but there are ways to measure that these things are then being incorporated into our kids' day-to-day.
Is it about measuring, and is it about measuring, is this about more telling the story of this is who a York graduate is, and these are the experiences we hope they've had, or most of them have had, they've been exposed to the 6 C's, or, so that you go on the website, you see the ranking, you go, I'm going to check it out, and you go to the website, and you go,
more information.
I like that. That's what I want my kid to maybe have the opportunity. I don't know. It's getting pretty late, and I'm could totally be rambling.
If we do that, we got to consolidate.
I think we have a lot of things, and I actually think that we are actually doing a lot of those things already. It's just to put it all together in one nice little package.
So we're only missing two of the different programs. The whole time, everything's there, but just that we're providing.
All right.
So what you're saying is that if you put, in Scott's great work here, all of these portraits of a graduate, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, call it 7 of them. If we put them up in those screens, based on those, you could say, that's the community I want to live in. I look at them and go, yeah, they're all pretty much alike.
Well, they all sound nice. I add differently. It does draw you.
All right,
Whatever. All right.
That's up there, Nick.
Whatever's up there.
All right, you know what? I'm all in if one of those words could be whatever.
The tiny fine print.
Self-defense.
Come on, it's gross.
I meant to write whatever they choose. I split it into 3 separate words. And
You're never all right, so I think we need to come back to this. We got some input, bring back to it, okay? All right, we're a little over time. Just a tiny bit. Just remember that we used to
like this all the time where they were so long. So we're, it's okay once in a while. Sorry. All right, really good discussion. Thank you to all the administration for all the work to prep us, and thanks to the board for doing the prep work, because I know it's a big stack of meetings. I did too. We have 3 upcoming meetings scheduled. Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, Finance and Operations Committee meeting here at 5:30. Tuesday, November 26th, 2019, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at 7 p.m. And Tuesday, December 17th, 2019, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at 7 p.m. They're all in District 205 Center. And if there's nothing else, meeting is adjourned.